Jo, my vás poprosíme nějakou kartičku s vaší fotkou.
Jako, no, bychom viděli
Jo, určitě.
vrátit, no, cokoliv lítačku,
Jo, a
IC.
já jsem ještě trochu spolupořadatel.
Aha, já jsem mluvám, tak
Nevadí.
se asi nemusíte ani zapisovat.
Jo, každý podpis se počítá, protože to se potom odebrává, jak je to financovaný z grantu.
Rozumím právě, no, to nás taky pořád. Můžeš
Ale stejně.
Tak jo, máte číslo? Jo, tam máš mikrofon.
Jo, vy si chcete nechat kartičku?
Jako za ty sluchátka, až nám vrátíte, tak
Až my vám je dáme.
Tak jo, zatím.
Jo, no. Kdyby cokoliv vodu nebo tak.
No jasně, jo.
No. Zase tam mám něco?
Nevím, ty ne, nemáš teďka už to lepší. Nevím, ty Jo, tohle to už asi. No, to říkám na stranu a... To je strašně napiju.
Něco nemůžeš tu?
Jo. Ne. Ona je tamhle zrovna Bára, možná, jako já si nejsem jistý, že do té doby můžeme to tady nechat pro další směnu, no ale...
No, je to dám tady.
Máme nějaký další zabalený, ale teď už asi do 3 další nestihneme, ale necháme zbytek třeba pro druhou směnu, no. Takže... Tak. Jo, by to musím normálně fungovat. Jo, jestli to, jo, zaplete. Jo.
Dobré odpoledne, vážené dámy, vážení pánové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to cordially welcome you at the 7th conference of Město, which in Czech means me and 100, because we wish to show link of planning and zoning with economy. We are more like a minor scale auditorium. We would like to wish all the streaming listeners. I would like to allow myself to invite the dean, under whose auspices it takes place, Mr. Dalibor Hlaváček. Good afternoon already. I would like to welcome you on behalf of the Faculty of Architecture that has at our faculty a great tradition. The students, PhD students, meet specialists from real-life experience, and Professor Vorel is very proactive. At Faculty of Architecture we have 5, and 2 of them are organized by this institute, and this conference is well placed and positioned, 7th in a row, dealing with the topic that we have been developing since Professor Zabřel, who used to be the dean, and we have modern development, we are preparing lifelong learning, and as of 2026 we would like to create the program of development. So the whole activity fits in. Thank you for coming and being online, and I wish you a nice conference. I would like to ask Mr. Jakub Vorel, who is the head of space planning, since he has the whole team who has been preparing the conference. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am more than happy that we are meeting here for 7th year in a row, dealing with economic aspect organized by Faculty of Architecture. As architects, planners, zoning developers, we do try to develop cities, and we show the economic space and interaction. There is no simple way how to verify what would be the economic impact of our activity, because they are hidden in a way and in a short time horizon difficult to spot. Long-term perspective and view upon the area distinguishes us. We as zone planners, we believe that the sources and the space are resources that we have to respect and evaluate long-term impact. We are thinking about local communities and what are the results and how are they divided in population and in time, because it influences cohesion, social activity, and also how certain intentions will be going on. We are also wondering how the key players will be acting for developing the area. Those are the topics that we believe are key and that we would like to share with you and discuss at this conference. And I believe that we will have some time during other conferences. I would like to thank the team headed by Vít Řezáč for professional preparation of the conference, and I look forward to interesting presentation. And I would like to introduce the conference, what will be going on and how. I would like to have a next slide, but I can't. How it started. At the Faculty of Architecture, we started 7 years ago, and the impetus was to map out who is at Czech universities dealing with this type of interdisciplinary planning, and we were able to create base of institutions that are listed here, and we are honored to have University of Palacký in here so that the discussion will be going on. We wouldn't wish to be only limited by Czech Republic. We have streamers, colleagues from Estonia, Poland, and the UK. The conference is small in its scale, but we believe that it will be an impetus for specialists who are dealing with it to be knowing whom to contact, and also when being representing the institution to assist the cities and also the town representations so that they wouldn't omit economic aspects. We have two sessions. The first session in Czech, there will be few approaches of very topical collaboration of private and public sectors, 3 contributions, and after the break there will be session in English only. There will be PhD students who will be presenting their projects, and the conclusive part we have guests who will be presenting their perspective in terms of what's going on in the Czech Republic and very valid abroad. Let me start with the first session. Here we have it, where you will hear, as I stated, collaboration of public and private sector. I would like to ask Mr. David Mateásko, representing the Czech Chamber of Architects, who initiated the work jointly with new election period of the town hall representation that should assist cities and municipalities to know how to deal with it. So I hand the floor over to Mr. Mateásko. Thank you.
Já si takhle vyle...
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to get out of my counter. My David is David Mateásko. I'm the representative of Czech Chamber of Architects. It's urban planning working group. Otherwise, I'm an active architect of the city of Kolín and Čáslav. So I, in fact, deal with cooperation with architects with a number of levels, and I will try to share it with you. So the first one is from the position of Czech Chamber of Architects, the urban planning working group, urbanism. We just felt that we should publish a manual, which is for time being called Self-Government and Investors Cooperating on Creation of Quality Environment, who developed it, Professor Mayer and architect Řezáč. Currently, we got several options, and we are almost at the end, and we would like to finalize it in 2023 by Czech Chamber of Architects. We, as the Craftsman Association of Architects in Spatial Planning, we strive for high quality building and environment, and this is everything what drives us, in fact, to do also ones commissioned by the state, but we also do a lot of extra activities, additional activities compensated by our private time. In fact, we have already published a number of publications, for instance, Urban Architect or Standards of Architectonical Services, which is in fact a kind of guideline for investors, both state or private investors who would like to design or have designed. They can find standards and approaches, and we also commented the procedures in order to develop high quality outcomes. We also publish a bulletin, a newsletter focused on different topics. So you'll see two editions from recent time, one called Spatial Planning, and the second one is titled Architects and Self-Government. So that's why Czech Chamber of Architects in fact developed a lot of accessible information that are published or organized by, let's say, law offices, so they focus on legal, economics, templates of contracts, agreements, and so on. In fact, we would like to dedicate our manual, our guideline, to a description of a good and fair approach set by self-government, municipality, or investor in order to drive long-term process resulting in high-quality environment. And we would like to present it from the position of architects. So we are after architectonical designs, procedures, and so on. I will detail it later on. So I'll try to show it right now. Responsible planning is the core of success, because without responsible planning, the environment cannot be of high quality. And responsible planning is based on partnership of all stakeholders. Of course, there are a number of stakeholders. Nevertheless, I would like to highlight a couple of them: the self-government, investors, residents, and so on. By partnership, we built a relationship. In fact, in the Czech Republic, migration in between cities is something extraordinary, and I think the city represents lifelong partner for citizens, which is really important knowledge also for me as a urban architect, because we in fact have certain demands or requirements for our lifelong partner, spouse, but we should require the very same requirements from a city as being a partner. We should build it on 3D, which in Czech states for trust, dialogue, and agreement, 3D in the Czech language. So planning is primarily about dialogue, not about dictatorship. I simply encounter a lot of situations when a lot of architects still live in the past regime. Trust, first D in the Czech language, it is built on a number of elements. For instance, long-term nature, continuity of processes. That means the approach should not be changed every electorate period. Then accessibility of data, so you should be able to find the data. Predictability of processes. This is still a task also for the state administration in order to establish predictable and fair processes. Then rational feature. Recently, we have been in Bavaria, and they are really rational. In the Czech Republic, still we oversize all the effort. So rational approach is the core, and professionality and expert knowledge. Once we comply with all those requirements, then we can start talking about trust. In the city of Kolín, we have made the development of a city, urban development, in the city portal, where you can find a lot of important issues, cooperation with investors, plans, already built projects, and so on, dialogue. We should discuss about every project and about every single planning and between different stakeholders. I just wanted to highlight a dialogue between public administration and investors, between investors and other owners of the land, because of course you have to clarify a lot of issues with neighbors and so on, and then dialogue with public, of course, general public. It is currently called participation, which is quite a strange notion. Nevertheless, I would like to highlight participation is not about co-deciding. It's about really participation, because the responsibility for the decision is not a collective one. Of course, we encounter a lot of difficulties, for instance, in predictability, because you never know who will come with what requirements, then rational feature, nature, because sometimes the discussion is not rational, and then of course professionality, expert knowledge, because while discussing with general public, maybe you don't have enough professional knowledge, so you have to have also the empathy skills and so on. This is almost my last topic, an agreement. Once you reach an agreement, it should be confirmed. In the current manual, focusing on cities and developers, you'll find the contractual relationship like planning contract or other forms of plan, regulatory plans, spatial planning, or established zonal permission. And in order to have functioning contract, they should have a sustainable contract. Contracts should be sustainable. Otherwise, the contracts will not be functioning and the entire process will fail. The contracts agreement should lead to stability, creating an environment where everybody knows what is planned ahead. You never reach 100% stability. Nevertheless, we always should strive for as high as possible stability. The last slide. I would like to, from the role of the urban architect, I would like to highlight the fact that the city represents our lifelong partners. And I emphasize the notion of partner. We evaluate mostly everything by Excel spreadsheet, percentage evaluations, pros and cons. This does not work because life is much richer by number of elements which are more emotional or not rational, quality, beauty, or character. And based on those features, you select your lifelong spouses, and don't be afraid to apply those criteria when discussing about cities. So this is a picture from the Colin. Spatial planning is okay, but we should maintain a little bit of wilderness, otherwise the life will come to an end. So wilderness is really an important element we should consider. Thank you very much for your attention. So please don't leave us. Thank you very much for your contribution. And I would like to use the environment here, and maybe you can ask questions right now, or if not, then you can just contact Mr. Mateasko during the break. Now, I would like to ask for the agenda. Mr. Mateasko, architect, spoke about the plans of the Czech Chamber of Architects. Now we have invited Jiří Zákostelný, the chief architect of the Prague 10. And he will tell us something about the experiences which was established 2 years ago. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you very much. I am Jiří Zákostelný, representing the main architect, and as far as the methodology is concerned, we have a working group that formalizes everything, and I am the member of this very team, so I'll be talking about it. I am very happy that Mr. Mateasko was my predecessor, and all the 3Ds he mentioned, we are willing to apply, and I would like to show you my presentation. I have been obviously thinking about which presentation and documents and information will be important for you. So how we apply it and what would be our results. And if we have any negatives, those negatives as well. As Mr. Řezáč already mentioned, our methodology is in life and acting for 2 years, started at the previous period when we had the programming declaration of the town representatives. We were able to prepare the proposal of the document. 2020, we were able to discuss the whole material at the self-administration. Then it has been approved by the municipality and the representatives so that it would be valid for longer than one election period. So obviously the document is able to continue, and what we would like to see and view it so that we update it, because there is certain contribution per square meters of the floor space, and obviously not only in Prague 10, but we have to reflect it within this very contribution. So we got coefficient of quality due to the fact that we have a lot of brownfields, and obviously the investors try to have requirements and demands. For example, there is some load and burden of the soil, so they want to reflect the coefficient. It's something just quickly concerning the history. When viewing the whole methodology, I believe this is key, how this methodology is applied. Imagine view levels. First level, utilization of the document, of the strategy, so it's my department. Investors come, they consult their ideas, and they get from us information about this methodology. Obviously, it's voluntary and they can get into it. And we know that the investors know about the methodology and they say, that's great, you have it, that you have it in such a way. Let's talk directly about our project. We do respect the methodology. So I believe it's beneficial because it got already into the awareness of the public, and this is the way it can be used. So after we discuss the investors' ideas, then it gets into the zoning committee that should discuss it, and then they assign to the council the contract for the new methodology. That's the top achievement. Obviously, it means that currently it's someone who is in charge of the zoning, so it gets into the authority of this area. We have the chairman, me, and the lawyer. The process is quite simple. The counterparty receives material, and there is a lot of round of negotiations going on. In most cases, it's a longer horizon. It might last even up to 2 years before we get to satisfactory wording for both parties, so that it gets into the register of the municipality. Now we are getting to critical parts, the milestones, in terms of how the contract will be fulfilling our vision, so that we get the contribution into either escrow account of the lawyers or into our account, and liabilities of third parties. In most contracts, obviously, the investor tries to postpone it when they have the final permission, but it's for us unacceptable, because till then we collaborate and then we can't basically influence it and be sure that we would be able to get the monies if they terminate the contract, so it wouldn't function. So our vision shows that after signing of the contract, for example, after the zoning starts and zoning and planning permission, it would be possible, as soon as it's getting into force and validity, it concerns payments. Now we are talking about the possibilities of payments. First opportunity is financial payment, then material payment. We have it as a second bullet point, and the reason is that we basically didn't use this opportunity, and we prefer the financial contribution, because to put the material payment into the contract and the wording, obviously it would be more complicated, because it's not easy to determine about contributing into public space based upon a specific project. So the methodology shows that it can be only into the land plot we do own, and we have only limited number of those land plots in the area close to the project. And then also we are getting into conflict. So based upon this type of payment, we are preparing a project which otherwise would have to go through certain type of public procurement. So there are areas we can invest into, and the slide shows that we don't have enough capacities, so there are a lot of type of kindergarten schools, so we try to improve the level of those types of buildings. Second major category is development of public space. We have specific projects. So there are various types of materials we prepare, presentations, how the investor wishes and what he or she wishes to get into it in terms of what's the most interesting for them. I talked about the coefficient. So there are brownfield type of projects that were mentioned, and extremely important is above standard type of energetic type of savings. Nevertheless, it's not at the level we would wish to have it, so we decided to motivate the investors so that they would choose this way, so that they would be able to have the coefficient that we have determined 0.8. So it means 20%, and the contribution is basically closed, and one can choose out of categories. In 2 years, when those contracts were used, we were able to sign 12 contracts, about 200 mil crowns. You know, it's quite good for the city budget. We have 2 more contracts to solve, again, interesting amounts, almost 80 mil. And as I have mentioned, those are other projects under preparation of project documentation, 8 more projects. So you can see from the figures that methodology and its selection is being used. I will quickly show you the table of the contracts, and view please the green table or grid. It shows the amount that has been already implemented into our budget. You will see it in the last slide that it's negative, but it's not really negative because it's a fact one needs to work with, since the money is at the account of the municipality or at the escrow account, but the way they have been defined in terms of when they could be returned, the municipality has quite long waiting period of time to incorporate it into our budget. So until the final milestone comes, the project could be cancelled, and then the money goes away, or, you know, takes time. For 2023, we will be able to complete all the projects when the money won't be returned. And it means that the horizon from signing of the contract to the possibility to start working with the payment are 2 years. They are contracts we used for change of zoning plan, where the horizon is longer, but it's more unique. It goes more into the building permission process. And you see the benefits. It's obviously a figure, although I have it as the very last one, as finances. Better image of the municipality. 2 years ago, we were pioneers, and I believe it got us towards the private sector into good light, because everyone is acknowledging it, praising us. It's fantastic for them because they are getting to us and they know what they can expect from us. And the negatives, as I have mentioned, I perceive longer horizon to be able to utilize the monies into the budget. This would be more the fact one needs to work with, but it's not just the negative. Thank you for your dedicated attention. And for the municipalities, I would like to tell them that they should talk with the developers, and it can be a bonus for their further development. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Zakostelny. It's always useful to hear about something that functions in real life. And as I understood, basically daily you are meeting new projects. Allow me to pose a question concerning taxes. Are there tax deductible contributions? It happened in one case only, and the output was that the contracts are basically very similar. I am not the one who is doing it, so I'm more in the role of an architect, but not the lawyer who would be checking it out. The whole thing got sorted in such a way that the material we have, the contract, for us is something that we couldn't exceed, and we try to have the same type of contract. So it's linked to tax deductibility. In other words, it happened to us only once. There are other questions. I'm sorry, the speaker is not using the mic, so I can't interpret.
Dream and Björn, if they can't.
Okay, sorry. So my question, if I heard correctly, that if we promise more on carbon reduction, we can get a 20% rebate. Is that what you said? I'm pushing carbon reduction anyhow because I think it's important, but I'm thinking this is a brilliant idea to make it happen.
Otázka zní, jestli v tom případě to je...
The question is being repeated in English, so that if the parameters and criteria get better, how do you do and change the, what do you do and how do you change the coefficient? I will reply in English. Should this condition be complied with, there will be 20% reduction, but it's not possible to go lower. The coefficient is just 20% full stop. Even if the project is much better, one can't go even higher in terms of reducing. And the coefficient should be every year updated. What I have presented is for 2021, 22, and obviously, due to the course of time, there might be coefficient even higher, and it would be possible to employ higher figures in terms of reductions. Petr Víťák, Prague 12. There has been methodology of contributions, how to develop the areas. So it's Prague-wide. You think your methodology is better, or do you plan some modification? As I have mentioned the benefits and negatives, we don't plan improvement, only update of the contribution. And as far as the methodology of the city of Prague is concerned, it's just for changes of zoning, but we are able to work with the complex management based upon the Building Act. So I perceive it that our methodology is more complex, and when applying it, when there is a change of the zoning of the city, which might be interesting for you as information, they always ask the municipality whether contract on collaboration has been signed. If not, they would be applying the contribution policy. If the contract is signed, then the power goes over to the municipality and there is contribution policy applied. So in relationship with your question, our methodology we believe to be a good quality document that we don't wish to change right now. Thank you. There's one more question. If I may, what does the term investments intention mean? What is the input data? Very simple. It's a project that are profitable and have to have higher capacity than 500 square meters. Then we talk about methodology utilization. Is it sufficient as an answer? Unfortunately, the speaker, Dominik Landka, Zoning Institute. How is the voluntary principle used? When you talked about the contract, you mentioned that you will enable building up. There has been other speaker that talked about dialogue, partners, voluntary aspect, that the formal tables and forms should be getting into decline in future. This is a very motivational element. Should you utilize those positive aspects? As if zero contribution, it would be motivation for the investor, how the project should be very qualitative, because a lot of investors have this highest type of motivation. Should we be at 20% deduction, then the partnership would be unbalanced. That's why I ask about a voluntary principle, whether you have some dialogue or we have so much as contribution. So then otherwise you would go through the jungle of the process. So I believe that we are talking about the same investors. That's the project. The investor wishes to get involved, so we don't distinguish. We are experts, so we wish to get good quality set of buildings, not whether there would be contribution or not. It depends, and it's a voluntary contribution of the investor. So the coefficient of quality you have shows that the investor will be bringing it. It won't be us saying we can apply it. I wish to have, discount. No one wishes to start from the beginning once again. So they are not getting away their authority. The contractual projects have contractual classic objections. So it's standard. We don't waive any of our rights. So it's very voluntary via this declaration. Thank you. I believe there will be more questions during the break. And I would hand the floor over to next contribution, Professor Karel Mayer, who will enable us to see it from a different perspective in terms of cities from other size and different aspect. Unfortunately, we didn't get the presentation in advance. We do apologize from the booth.
So I'll try to show you briefly something about preparation of the city and the investors in the city of Nymburk, town of Nymburk. This is an aerial view. Nymburk looks really nice. It's a historical town. It was founded by Dutch immigrants time ago as the water port. And as looking in detail, it is probably not the best. And can you see it? Yeah, this is the historical center with housing development projects on site and projects that were built in 1990s. The town of Nymburk is traditionally associated with railways because there was the headquarters of Austro-Hungarian Northwest part that operated rail between Vienna and Dresden in Saxony. And based on that, after 1945, town started to develop. You see the typical housing development in that time. The current practice was that the town got some subsidies to build public infrastructure projects, and the costs were supposed to be included in the budget of the city. That means all taxpayers, without any difference, would pay for it at the end of the day. Nevertheless, the town just introduced an idea to change it, to get the money for public infrastructure from the investors, and that's why to transfer the burden of paying for it. That means those who will pay for the apartments, buy the apartments, will pay for it. It was the same approach as in Prague then. What was it about specifically? As you can see, in line with the zone planning, you see the future plans. It is very attractive for housing since there are railway lines, and it will be kind of suburban area, periphery of Prague, and it will make it really attractive. The city, town of Nymburk really is aware of it, and that's why the demand for housing is really high. The zone plan just situates it to the periphery of town because it's not possible elsewhere. Also, the railway lines represents a barrier cutting the city in two, and it's not possible to build it elsewhere. The developer includes technical infrastructure, nevertheless does not include the civic infrastructure, civic facilities. So we tried to find out the current situation with the kindergartens and elementary primary schools. We thought that the capacities are almost non-existent because Nymburk represents a catchment area for the surrounding municipalities. So we were thinking whether the villages, municipalities around Nymburk should build their own schools, but we decided this is not the best solution. So the intention of the zone plans would represents a big burden for the capacities of kindergartens and elementary schools. So we focus on those two elements of the civic infrastructure. The idea to develop a budget to build the missing capacities, we have persuaded the city councils that we have to make an analysis first and we try to analyze what is the accessibility of kindergartens and elementary primary schools here, and you see the development areas here that would require mostly construction, building of new facility projects. Then we have developed an idea how the new housing would be linked with the basic civic infrastructure, kindergartens and schools, and then we have split it to individual stages. You can see individual stages here. Maybe it's too small, you cannot read it, but in fact we would start here, moving through here up to the north part of the town. And this all was planned with consideration of the currently available civic infrastructure, kindergartens and schools. The layout of the city is a little bit tricky because since we are talking about these suburban areas, I'll show you. The blue parts here are peripheries, suburban areas, not allowing different approach than to build the facilities. It's quite small, so it's not effective, but the city tries to comply with the demand even for this cost. Based on this analysis, we have developed the principles of co-payment for the public infrastructure, kindergartens and schools. The general principles are quite understandable and clear. That means the housing should be associated with those facilities in some acceptable distance. So the cost paid by taxpayers, it is in fact justifiable to require the investors living there in the future and sending their children to schools and kindergartens will participate in the cost. So it will be about co-payment. So the entire level of co-payment participation should be such that the city would be able to build it then, because the city, of course, has limited budget resources. So the participation should be that high that the city would be able to build all required facilities. We have developed principles for co-payment participation similar to Prague 10 principles, so I will not repeat it because it is driven by the same principle. So in fact, quite complex formula is also same. In fact, the participation represents a ratio between the volume of public investment and the gross floor areas, plus considering certain coefficients, same as in Prague 10. So the principle is the same. So the basic one is the coefficients of co-payment participation, determining the percentage of money to be paid by the residents, investors living in the housing projects then. And of course, we should consider the quality coefficients, and the councillors of the city should determine the actual percentage of the coefficient. It happened actually, and now, based on the principles, we have calculated the future cost. In some cases, the zone planning was already, zone decision was already issued, and the Murphy's laws did not disappoint us. So really, it happened in the most tricky areas where it was most difficult to build kindergartens and schools. Based on that, we have split the capacities into three areas and stages. First one representing areas where the zone decision was already issued. We have developed then this cost structure, and we have tried to optimize the capacities, starting with the suburban periphery areas, combination of schools of the first grade school with the kindergartens is kind of rural school, but we could not do it otherwise. We have then calculated the actual cost, and we have offered several options how to calculate it. Equal participation throughout all three stages, so up to 2030 or maybe 2040, or considering co-payment in the first stage only, where the zoning decision should be published. And then, of course, it was about agreement with those investors that already got the zoning decisions. They could have rejected it, but we have managed to convince them, and even those investors with issued zoning decisions had agreed with this scheme. Then we had 10% coefficient as an example. We have stated 10% as an example. Recalculated co-payment per an apartment, calculating the contribution. 75% of the cost of the kindergartens or schools was predicted to be paid by either state or by the European subsidies funds, which is usually the common practice anyway. Then we have developed the chart showing the budget to be covered by the town. What is blue are fixed amounts, 75% predicted to be funded by a subsidy, and then orange, red, and so on, 50% to be paid by the city and 50% to be paid by the investor, and the dotted part, get back, the orange part stands for available budget of the town, because in the past there were surpluses generated in the budget of the town. Also, those surpluses could be used now for those projects. So the dotted parts is the missing part in the budget. So the city had decided that the investors should co-pay 10% of the required amount. I, of course, do not know whether and how should I present the future procedure, because it will be decided by the councillors, and the city town would then have to decide how to use money collected for building of the missing infrastructure. Thank you very much. And again, I would like to use time for questions. I would like to ask about the beginning of the urban design planning. I understood there are 5 or 6 locations where you plan to build smaller or bigger schools, maybe associated with kindergartens, with own land, technical facilities, equipment, and so on. However, according to my experience, it will represent a great cost for the town, because if you build, let's say, 5 classes schools, then it is not a standard situation in the Czech Republic. It is not about the primary economics. It's about, for instance, consumption in the area. I fully agree with you. It is not that tragic. In fact, there is not 6 schools planned, less of them. I think 3 elementary schools. However, 2 of them are only the small schools. And speaking about kindergartens, it's about adding new wings to existing kindergartens and so on. Nevertheless, we just followed the approved zone planning and it determined the areas for housing already. So according to our legislation, we have no way how to reject new buildings, projects in those areas once it was already approved in the zone decisions. So the city, town is responsible for providing the basic civic facilities, infrastructure, so city cannot do it differently. Hello, taught Faculty of Regional Studies, the University of Economics. So, in fact, this is not a question only for you, but also for the pre-speakers. I expect that our contributions are of dual character. First of all, you will build an infrastructure, kindergartens or schools that could have not been built otherwise because city will not have money for it, or the developer would build it and then probably the cost of the housing would increase because the developer would probably include this cost into the cost of housing. The benefit would be that, in fact, the quality of living would be improved, and that's why the value of the flat will also grow. I just wondered whether anybody had calculated to what extent the local school or local kindergarten would impact the price of the housing. Do you know? Well, I think you should do that. Microphone, please. Microphone. Well, it will be a subject to research. Well, the trouble is that it happens in different periods, times. So there is an investment, somebody has to pay for it, and then the evaluation comes later. Nevertheless, based on the experience both from Prague and Nymburk town, I know that developers are open to this idea. They are saying that, in fact, by getting the promise of the city to build it, then their housing project is more attractive for clients because they have similar experience from the housing projects built in 1990s and around the year 2000. We already know that we need to build this infrastructure project. So the investors know that those infrastructure facilities, civic infrastructure would evaluate their projects. I would like to ask you maybe to stay for the second part because the paper of Professor Worrell and Gabash will probably explain it. Then architect Mateasko, it's not a question, it's rather a comment, if I may. Can I? Yes, definitely. I just well, on behalf of the urban architect, I just wanted to ask you not to reduce the topic city and developer to financial contribution only, because we are about the cultivation of the processes and beautification of the city. It's about principles of the construction, which is following the standards, how the public greenery and public infrastructure projects should look like in order for the city to accept it in their properties. Since we are really attacked in Kolín by request for construction because the situation in Prague is as it is. For instance, in Prague, maybe the developers of a high rank, but in central Bohemia, those developers and construction companies are maybe sometimes newly established companies. So we really would like to cultivate the environment, and the contribution amount is only a secondary aspect. Thank you very much. I think that's the core of the relationship between public and private sector. Thank you very much. So if you have any question, maybe you can leave it after break. So I would like to invite the last panelist of the Czech session. The next panel will be in English. Professor Jaroslav Burian from the Palacký University in Olomouc. I will just explain a slightly different view on this topic, but it will be more interesting for it.
I hope you can hear me. Thank you for granting me the floor. I will be viewing it from a different perspective. Since I'm not an architect, I'm geo-IT, working with GIS data. I have studied geography, cartography, information, and it's something I've been doing constantly, and I'm trying to use those methods for the city, for planning. I would like to present to you the result of a project for Jihlava city. It was mixture of commercial and other type of work. It's multidisciplinary project I have been developing with my colleague at the university. We have started with the project commercially, so it's a mixture. The major point of the project was Jihlava city assignment, since they are having family houses spreading out, and it doesn't look and impact positively economy of the city. It's obvious that, spreading into the countryside doesn't bring very many positives, and it influences economy. They have impartial goals, supposedly to assess cost-benefit analysis from various perspectives. The first step, we utilized GIS-based model urban is the name. It can work with. I am like a speed machine. I do apologize. Thank you for pointing it out to me. There are about 30 criteria. The data are from the documents that are quite well accessible in different quality. And at the background, there are GIS operations, analysis of orientation, of the sloping, and combination of the criteria shows the map showing how suitable it is for certain activity. In Jihlava, we had residential and production facility purpose. The scale we are working with is quite well elaborated. Sometimes it's not easy which weight to put on the criterion. For Jihlava, we decided to involve 5 council members into new criterion so that the result in terms of potential would be more suitable to be used. You can see here one of the partial outputs. There will be a lot of slides with a lot of pictures, images, and maps. That was one of the partial results of the potential. So 0 to 10. The city was assessed in terms of public transport. We have used some distances, network within GIS. Second criterion, accessibility of children's playground, visualization. Here you can see already the final result of the first step. The whole territory in terms of assessing its potential, combining 30 criteria, which you can see with percentages and this partial scaling. Slightly different criteria and scaling and weighting was the next step, potential for logistics and production. After the first part, we had to look into collaboration with architects, with whom I work, that are at the faculty. We are cartographic specialists. So we invited architect Mottl, who has been collaborating on those zoning plans for the whole of Jihlava city. We have shown the empty land plots and which kind of data are available. You know much better than me. You can't do it from the table. That's why we had to visit the city and do it on site, whether it's really suitable for new development or new buildings. So we classified the empty land plots. We didn't just have basic categories suitable for housing or other activity. We went into more detail, like granularity and heights, number of stories, and roughly what would be the capacity of the empty land plot we had to work for and with. You can perceive what we have done with the two results. Green map on one side, showing us the potential. Then a next map, we worked on limits and barriers, and obviously there might be some non-suitable locations when you can't build up there for certain reasons. So for all the development areas from the plan of Jihlava city, so the green card just got map was recalculated into Jihlava, also for each empty land plot. And we show not only the potential, but a lot of other columns with the overview of all the criterion we can have. Suitable structure, type of residential house or family house, even more details, work of the architects, not my work, and defining capacity, optimum amount of flats, optimum amount of floors, and then we got into specific numbers with number of employees. We are getting to the second part, economy. I'm showing you an example that is not mine. It's schematic visualization, how different the costs for operation of various types of buildings can be. Two extreme formats, so more high-rises, a higher concentration of population, and then suburban area with low density and more costly maintenance, police, fire brigade, cleaning up, the snow, repairs, etc. That's the problem of Jihlava. In the last years, a lot of new areas with few people moving in. It costs the city quite a bit. And in terms of taxes, getting back into the budget, very low figures. And it means that it gets to its viability and financial aspects. So they wanted to get it to financial coefficients. You might know the book of Docent Hudacek, who is describing the investment costs of the cities. And the booklet analyzes Czech cities, and final output was a table of various types of buildings showing what are average costs for implementation in terms of networks, greenery, communications, and also its maintenance. What would cost cleaning of snow and lawn mowing. We have added to this base other costs for getting networks in, to get the grid and get the grid to the land plot, communication, pavement, pedestrian pavement. So those were the items we added to the booklet. So it is published by the Institute of Sustainable Development. We worked with architects, economists, Mr. Sieber from Prague School of Economics. We were dealing with inflation, increase of prices, so that we would be working with more realistic prices. And next to operational costs, what it looked like, you can see the base we used for various types of buildings, what would be the investment costs per square meters. Similar style we utilized for operational costs within the floorage and getting the network in. All of it, again, into maps and data so that the city would be able, within any of the given area, to view it when thinking about it, whether they would be knowing roughly what would be the expected types of costs. We tried to view not only costs, but also what the implemented type of buildings could bring. You see the 3 bullet points. Income from the investment contribution, because Jihlava is working with its own methodology, how the investors participate on the building. It has been mentioned by predecessing speakers. We used shared taxes and real estate tax. It's very difficult to state how many of the people who would be moved in will change their permanent residency. It won't be the 100%. Everyone changing it. So we had to find and look for a compromise. So there were more options, which we combined with assessing it in terms of operation, so that for each area there would be an assessment whether, if we implement it into real life, whether long-term wise, financially, it would be a benefit or a negative impact. very last step, I call it economic analysis. It might not be the right terminology. We tried to model for Jihlava, which was more academic type of work, what would happen if everything was built up in the zoning or using the empty land plots. 3 scenarios. First one, what would happen if only the empty land plots would be used, only what's in the zoning plan, and third, mixture of those two types. The result you can see in the curves. You see also the share, how many people would change their permanent address, 40% or 60% of the newly movies. And we can see 30, 40 years time, all the types will be positive as an output, but the question is by when? If there is not enough capacity, it's just one house, as an extreme, with 4 people, I have to put the network in. It's costly for maintenance. Obviously, economically, there is no contribution because they will be keeping the greenery and cleaning up the snow. And if I have 15 stories high-rise building, it would be very effective. Obviously, there are other negatives. I'm talking only about the finances. To summarize, it's not surprising. Within Jihlava, should we have empty land plots that you don't need to build up new networks, it's very good to build up. The capacity I've mentioned is the key factor, and jointly with the capacity, how many people would be changing their address. But if only 40% of 100 newcomers utilizing their services in terms of kindergarten, schooling, transport, then it's key. To conclude, could you switch into map application, which we created jointly with GIS Jihlava, and you will see the link should you be interested to see it. It's like a story map that accompanies via the whole project from the very beginning. There was not enough space for it. We analyzed the status. We have been using all strategic documents, demographic projections that the city had available. Can you show the proposal for zoning structure jointly with architect Bednar?
Pro některé vybrané plochy zpracovali.
For some pre-selected area, we had some proposals, and then there is proposal. You can see for 10 selected locations, type, volume, type of proposals of architect Bednar to recommend to the city which kind of build-up will be good for that empty land plot. And very, very last, live applications. And the text, if you click on the word, hopefully you will see the application enabling for each of the places to click and find out all the criteria we have prepared, potential limits, no limits, it's a working version. You see all the criteria in the left panel. To conclude, I do represent the tables as the first speaker, as an architect, saying we shouldn't be governed by tables only. I believe the city should be doing it only via this one. I perceive that this is the base, the city to decide more correctly, but it's just one document, and there should be more documents upon which the city should be deciding. Thank you for extremely interesting contribution. Without knowing the approach of Juhlava city, they were one of the first bringing the methodology of private and public sectors sooner than Prague 10. And this work changed their thinking and way of thinking. The city, to be able to deal with private investor, has to know what is in the city, and more qualified it can get into working in the private sector. And I know private sector is well prepared. Any questions from the floor? Just wait for the mic, please. Slanina from Kroměříž city. I remember the so-called lists of land plots for family houses. The biggest barrier was the ownership rights. Could you mention it? Comment on it. Very good comment. The ownership was included in the first level when calculating the potential of the place from the perspective of the city. If it's owned by the city, obviously the most suitable land plots the city can use without any limitations, obviously in compliance with the Building Act. But there are, for example, 10 or more owners of such land plots. For future implementation, it's very difficult and complicated. It's something we have also included. When we made the prioritization of those plots, we focused also upon this auxiliary information by whom it's owned. There are no other questions. Being a moderator, I can't wish anything, saying break 4:30, and it's 4:30. I would like to thank all the speakers. I would like to invite you for small refreshments and see you again at 3 o'clock when we will switch into English.
Let's do the microphone check. Check the microphone. Microphone works. Kind of. One, two. 1, 2. Check it once again. This is a bit better. Good. Close this one. Good to go.
Je to tak. Dobře. Jsou to otočte. Jsou čisté.
tímhle s tím zeleným ukazovali dopředu, dozadu Jo, tímhletím dopředu, tím velikým. A laser je tohle. A když se spletete, tak počkejte tím červeným dozadu. Červeným zpátky. Tak děkuji, začneme přesně v 15 hodin, protože budeme pokračovat podle plánu kvůli tomu streamovému přenosu.
Dámy a pánové, za 5 minut budeme pokračovat. Dámy a pánové, za 5 minut budeme pokračovat. No, jedna bude jakoby ze záznamu a ta druhá tady. No, jedna bude ze záznamu. No, ona je někde v nějaký prdeli. Ne, jo, ne, myslím, že někde tam. A kde je? Nevím, já myslím, že někde jinde. Dámy a pánové, za 2 minuty budeme pokračovat. Prosím, usaďte se. Dámy a pánové, za 2 minuty budeme pokračovat. Prosím, usaďte se.
Program. Tady mám ještě. Tak kdo mi bude dávat znamení? So, ladies and gentlemen, we continue in the 7th conference, The City, in Czech language, Město. As I already announced, the second half will be in English language. The purpose of the conference is to confront theoretical works of PhD students with experience of experts working in the field of urban planning and economy. As I mentioned, the first part was in Czech language, the second will be in English, but as soon as the Czechs set up a rule, they immediately break it. So the very first presentation will be in Czech. I'm sorry for that. There will be a colleague of mine, Michaela Pfeifferová, who represents today Association for Real Estate Development, RETR, where we both together work in the group for education, and we set up a rather ambitious goal to establish a new education program and actually establish a professional of a real estate expert in the Czech practice. So, Michala, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I have it here.
Yeah.
Dobrý den, takže já přejdu teda do češtiny, jak jsme byli.
So as agreed, I'll present in English. So dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michala Fajfrová and I represent the Association for Real Estate Market Development. It's a working group education. Personally, I work in real estate for more than 20 years. And I'm also chief executive for one real estate important retail chain with portfolio of more than 40 real estates. So I will share also my practical knowledge. Currently, I'm focusing on educational platform project for real estate professionals called Real Estate Academy. So briefly about and it's a non-profit association with members of the leading personalities from the Czech real estate market. You can just check our website anytime. One of the aims is to improve the quality of education and level of education of professionals in real estate. As Vítek had already suggested, our work group aims at two goals. First one was presented to create an online platform with a list of all study fields in schools and other courses related to real estate. We got this list, and we also would like to update it ongoingly and update it on ARTN pages. So we will be pleased if the institution will learn new programs and will alert us about new programs. The second goal, in cooperation with National Pedagogical Institute, is to include the qualification into National Register of Qualifications. I don't know if you know the National Register of Qualifications. I have just copied and pasted some of the qualifications from their website. It's the list of qualifications recognized within Czech Republic, including qualification standards and also list the results of all types and forms of learning, which allows recognition of true knowledge and skills irrespective of forms of education. It also allows to compare qualifications recognized in the Czech Republic with and benchmark it with qualifications recognized in other European countries. It should also allow to transfer the theoretical knowledge to practical levels. I will explain it later. One more definition, what professional qualification actually means. I put down the definition here, so no need to repeat it. It's the ability to carry out a specific work activity of several work activities, which taken together enable a specific occupation to be pursued. In fact, this is the only professional qualification in Czech Republic related to real estate. It's a real estate broker, in fact, and this qualification has been established with respect to the law on real estate brokerage. Otherwise, we don't have any other professional qualification. I will not open any other websites. On the other websites listed here, you can see the respective National Register of Qualifications and other quotient. For instance, in Austria, there are 9 professions, immobilian expert, for instance. So I apologize for the speed. I apologize to interpreters. So in Germany, a lot of them, Austria also, in Slovakia, they have one professional qualification, which is the real estate administrator, but more than in the Czech Republic still. What is the situation with our aim for in the period for more than 1 year? We have managed to get the approval of Ministry of Education to create this professional qualification. So now we are working on the qualification evaluation criteria. And in fact, of course, we just take the lessons from the other qualifications in other countries. So we are not inventing a wheel. So we have also received the support from the Ministry for Regional Development. So in fact, it is a proposal to update government degree called Politics of Architecture and Construction Culture in the Czech Republic. There are two measures. First of all, to implement the expert in real estate in the National Register of Qualifications, which is even maybe more interesting because first year it's 2028. Which is the measure 637, introduced the education in real estate in high schools and universities and in follow-up programs. Why do we focus on it? I can share with you my practice. In the Czech Republic, we lack the possibility of comprehensive and complex education in real estate, which would include legal, economic, managerial, technical, and construction, maybe urban, energy, and environmental disciplines, covering the life cycle of real estate in all segments. In practice, we are interested to employ those experts, and there is a high demand for those experts who are able to care for the real estate from the sustainability point of view, economical, and so on, modeling, financing, just manage the project end to end from its construction to demolition. There is a high demand. Those experts are studying real estate abroad quite often, and they can be employed in companies which focus on real estate, its development, or facility management. Developers, companies, funds, facility managers, and so on, or in companies not closely associated with real estate. So then the corporate real estate manager represents only support part. For instance, commercial chains or production facilities. Nevertheless, financing banks or government also request those experts because they have a lot of real estates, and it is also true for municipalities. I don't want to click on the website because we don't have time for it. Nevertheless, I would recommend you to check the European Real Estate Society website, which is an organization that organizes annual conferences focusing on research and education in real estate. And you can find the list of schools teaching real estate subjects. Looking at it, you'll see that there is no school for the Czech Republic. Speaking about real estate, we are talking also about the interdisciplinary fields, subjects. This is quite a famous illustration. Karl Werner Schulte, representative of IRBS, which is the Real Estate Academy in Regensburg. And I think the picture don't need any explanation. You see all the professions related to real estate and the study subjects in the USA. The real estate programs are also structured in a similar way as a complex and multidisciplinary studies. In the Czech Republic, real estate is taught at Czech Technical University, University of Economics, also partially in the law schools. So we have been projecting the list of schools here. Nevertheless, students may study real estate only in MBA study programs. I think MBAR, excellent study program, has been presented last year. Nevertheless, not all employees can study MBA. Just imagine how is it in practice once you don't have employees that may just imagine how is the interdisciplinary flow related to the life cycle of real estate. So in the Czech Republic, the multidisciplinary education in real estate does not exist at all. In fact, nevertheless, according to American Real Estate Society research, there are 2 of 3 companies working in real estate complain about insufficient preparation of students for practice. This academy had defined individual trends in the real estate education. I have just listed it here, and maybe I'll focus on some of it only. Experimental methods of study linking with practices are widely discussed, and they mean usually case studies, and they also state a dual study. We know it from Germany really well, and it works really well because students work in companies, and companies prepare their own future employees for practice. I don't need to explain. Cross-disciplinary, I feel, then partnership of universities with professional associations, the RIS, Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, again, it defined the subjects to be taught, impact partnership, also interesting, and maybe we can take an example of Starbucks that in 2014, together with Arizona State University, paid to their own employees bachelor studies online, and RICS also highlights the possibility how to cooperate between universities and the multinational companies like JBL or SLCL. It may be interesting for schools to know more about practice. Speaking about universities established by professional association, the Realtor University, again, U.S. university. Nevertheless, in the Czech Republic, we have number of examples. For instance, large brokerage companies organize their own educational institutions, and then a lifelong learning. It's not only about the organization, but it is applicable to every employee, in fact. So that's about it on behalf of ARTN, Association for Real Estate Market Development. So it's my call. Please do something for the education in real estate in the Czech Republic also. I think we don't have time for questions. Nevertheless, if you scan the QR code, I'll answer later, or I find the answer. Thank you very much.
See the very first presentation of PhD work. Unfortunately, Mrs. Tomanova cannot be here, so but we agreed with her to record her presentation. So I asked the regie to switch on the presentation. Mrs. Tomanova works at the Czech University of Economics, and she also is very much involved in sustainable real estate.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm really glad that I can be here with you, just like even if it's just online. But I would like to contribute to this conference with the presentation about the sustainability in urban properties. And I would like to answer some economical questions. And then through this presentation, I would like to describe the problem. My name is Sharka Tomanova, and I'm representing the Prague University of Economics and Business, Faculty of Economics and Department of Regional Studies. So when I was thinking about this contribution and the presentation, I was asking why the cities, or if the cities can really afford the sustainability on their large asset, large building stock. And if really is the sustainability in construction sector, or if does the sustainability have the economic potential. And if it's just the striving of the public sector or there is also some kind of striving through the private money, and if we are all going in the way of sustainability to the same target. So let's start with the term of sustainability and its economic aspects. The sustainability is not such a new thing. It's in the economy, it's stable from the 70s, 80s, in which years it started to divide it into two streams. One is more ecological, and second is more environmental. And now maybe the environmental stream is more visible, but the ecological stream of Herman Daly directed in the steady state economy, which means that the economy depends on material and energy flows, and those flows have some certain limit to go to, and this limit is some constant level of consumption. And when we reach it, we are on the top of the, let's say, economy grow. It does not mean the growing of the economy, but more the anti-consumer stream, which should minimize the use of materials and energy. On the other hand, the environmental stream is more about the economy of the natural resources. And when we talk about the natural resources, we always talk about the sources of energy as one leg, and the raw materials as the second leg. And the environmental stream says that the market prosperity depends on how effectively we use these natural resources in order to have the good social welfare. And I would like to talk more about these two legs, the sources of energy and raw materials in buildings, and how they contribute to the sustainability in buildings. And the public sector in the Czech Republic contains 120,000 buildings, which is, let's say, about 8% of the whole building stock. And when we are talking about the buildings, we know that they consume quite a lot of energy. It's about 36% of the whole energy consumption in the Czech Republic. So it's quite a huge energy demanding sector. And we know that it's not sustainable, and that the energy should be lowering in the whole building stocks. So EU striving to manage it, and through the energy efficient directive, they set up the energy efficiency targets for every member state, even for the Czech Republic, and we have to fulfill this target. And we pick up the way of alternative scheme. It means that we fulfill these targets through the subsidy programs. So every crown invested through the subsidy programs counts to the energy efficient target. If for sure, if this 1 crown is investing in the energy efficiency measures. So this is the one push. The second push is the legislation, and I have to say that we have quite a good legislation for new buildings, because according to law, we have to build the nearly zero energy buildings, means the buildings which quite minimum demand for the energy. But the problem, let's say, or challenge, is in the existing buildings, where the legislation is not unique, and we still miss some standardization. For example, for deep renovations, which means that it's a renovation which save more than 60% of energy. But from the perspective that the legislation is ethical minimum, so we still have quite wide standard for renovation, which is called cost optimal level. And we were trying to model the lowering the final energy consumption and modeling it from the 2021 till 2030. And we have 3 levels of model, let's say. We have some basic, optimal, which was also agreed by Ministry of Trade and Industry, and the third is some hypothetical. And thanks to the model, technical, we counted that at public and private building sector, we can save 11 petajoules of energy. And for example, Czech Republic has about 1,000 petajoules energy consumption per year. So that's a quite nice contribution. And to lower the energy demands for 11 petajoules, we would need about 100 billion crowns to be invested in total. But this number does not count with the inflation and with the growth of construction materials. And so we should add at about the 30% up. So we are on 140,000 million crowns, which should be invested. It seems like a huge number, but I made also this table, which gather all the subsidies which are now which can we use, and we can see here the amount which is allocated for energy savings in buildings. And in total, in public and state buildings, it's about the 57 million crowns, billion crowns. And for business, it's 13 billion crowns. So about the 70 billion crowns in total. And when we get back here to the number 140 with the inflation. So we are in the 50% of this amount. But we have to also admit that this number is not the whole investment. It's just the subsidy, which can be from 30 to 70%. So in average, it could be the 50% of subsidy. So it perfectly fits to this total investment costs or demand for lowering the energy as it is modeled. So that's quite good news, and we can say that the subsidy programs really cover the necessary and legislatively demanding targets. And that's not all. We have another big portion of subsidies which will be coming to the Czech Republic. In the table, there was the multi-annual financial framework, and also there was mentioned the part of the Next Generation EU, but still there is a possibility of state loan at the maximum of the 350 billion crowns till 2030. And also there is the revenue of emission allowances, which are still growing. So from this point of view, there is really a huge amount of the subsidies which are to be invested in energy efficiency in buildings. But so far, we were talking just about the use of the buildings. So in this life cycle, it's the four cycle. But it's just not about the energy in the building use, but it's all about, or the second leg is about the materials and the construction. So we have to also look to the different stages, the pre-stage and also the end of the use of the building. And because we can't just use the energy because it's really hidden in the materials. So we use carbon dioxide as the, let's say, sustainability indicator, because in every materials there is embodied emission of CO2. We have also methodology called GHG protocol, which count really the emissions in every materials in construction sector. For example, the most emission unfriendly or energy intensive materials are cement, steel, aluminum, and plastic. But we have also materials which do have a positive balance. For example, the wood, because the wood has a low energy production and it's really capture carbon while the trees are growing. So it has really the positive balance. And this carbon dioxide has also its value and its it's counted to, or it's priced through the shadow carbon price, which were setting by European Investment Bank, and the carbon price is really growing when we are going to the 2050 year, when the European Union should be carbon neutral. So it means that the high rate of CO2 in buildings will have really the negative impact on its value in the near future. And now is the perfect time to think about how do we build the buildings, because it's not about the cost, it's about the behavior and about the changing the mind. And why we are talking about that? Because the construction sector is really a big consumer of the raw materials. They consume more than 50%, and also they produce a third of the waste generated in EU. And on the other hand, the construction sector produce only the 9% of GDP. I'm saying only because when we see this big numbers of consuming and producing, so the GDP is not such a big as it could be. But the circularity in economy and sustainability can really change these numbers, because we will add the value into this economy, let's say. And waste, like the end of the use of the building, it's interesting in this point that this is not the natural source, but we have to talk about it, about the economy of the waste. And the entropy of the waste is really high, so it's really expensive to use it. And the whole sustainable principle is about to prevent the creation of waste and produce the renewable materials. There is kind of bridge between this financially really exhausting part, which is waste, and the legislation now is set that there is at least 70%, or should be at least 70% of the construction and demolition waste should be prepared for use, recycling, or a use for other material use. And this, let's say, obligation is from the taxonomy regulation, which is really massive framework, which really affects all the financial flows which are or will flow through the European Union. Taxonomy is some kind of framework for the sustainable economic activities. And for example, for construction sector, there is set some rules in what way the buildings or the construction segment is sustainable. The taxonomy was firstly just mentioned as the regulation for private funding, but with the new programming period, we can see that the taxonomy is in the subsidies through the do no significant harm principle. And there is a much more about the regulations in taxonomy which I can speak about, but it's not the target, or it's not the point of this presentation. The point is to answer those questions or try to answer those questions is if does the sustainability in construction sector do have economic potential. And we can say if we saw such a huge amount of money which really creates the demand, that from our empirical point of view, we can see that the investors are now creating more demand, and the supply chain and they are really trying to fit into the demand, and the sector is really growing. So even the economic potential is now growing mainly in energy efficiency renovation. And really regarding the subsidies, so mainly public sector. It's also about this, the affordability, and also I have to get back to the subsidies, because without the subsidies, let's say the affordability will be much more lower, because the public sector gets at about the 60-70% of the investment paid by the subsidies. But that's just one point of view. The second point of view is that the cities do care with the care of proper manager. So it means that on their assets they should lower the demand, and also reduce the dependence on the energy, which in this situation which we face is really strategic investments. And this third question was about the legislative obligation, if we are moving towards the same target or in the same direction. And the answer is that really the taxonomy is the connecting point between the public finance and the private loans, which are now creating by banks. And I think about 1 year we will have 50% of taxonomy aligned investments, which banks will spread. So I get to the end. Thank you for listening and for thinking with me about the sustainability, and I wish you the pleasant conference. Thank you.
So that we can have only some virtual applause. And I think that Mrs. Tomanova opened several issues of subsidies, taxonometry. Honestly, for me, as a representative of older generation, all that sounds a little bit, reminds me what I experienced when I was young. During the socialist time, so I think those topics should be, I would say, part of some other conference to discuss. This is not our topic, but this is not only the energy or building stock, but there are also people there. And I'd like to invite Mrs. Klára Kantová, who is currently working at Charles University, and she did an analysis of immigration. So, Klára, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The word "did" is, I think, too strong. It's still really ongoing research, and it's at the beginning. Okay. Okay. So yes, my name is Klára Kantová, and I'm from Institute of Economic Studies, and this paper will be joint paper with my supervisor, Tomáš Havránek. Firstly, I want to say like I promised myself that I won't dig deep in econometrics and the methodology to not bother you, but that's what I do because we are theoreticians on Institute of Economic Studies, so I think maybe there is too much of econometrics, but it's interesting. So, firstly, what is a meta-analysis? I'm not doing anything new. I'm collecting data which already exists because this issue is studied by a lot of researchers, but the results differ a lot. So I'm trying to find where is the true value. So I collected the estimates from existing researches, and I created my own data set. Why elasticity of substitution? It's really important parameter. You have to have it to compute then the effect on employment rates, wages, housing, etc. And what does the elasticity of substitution tells us? It measures to what degree workers can be replaced by others with productivity levels remaining the same. Also, what is important, the values of elasticity, when the value is really high, close to infinite or like really high, we say that they are perfect substitutes, meaning that we can substitute them really easily. And when the elasticity of substitution is equal to 0, we have perfect complements. Okay, now about like the migration. Here we have a definition from International Organization for Migration. I will talk only about that. We can see that the number of global immigration is increasing a lot from 2000 to 2019. We can see that the increase was like high, and 2/3 from them are labor migrants. Okay, and why we are again, why we are talking about it, we want to know the effect on the natives' wages, if the effect is negative or positive. There are several points of view how you can look at it. Sometimes we look at it that immigrants take jobs that could be filled with native workers and thus depress wages, but also we can say that maybe there is a positive impact because they are focused on different areas. Also, high-skilled immigrants increase our human capital, and low-skilled immigrants tend to fill jobs which are undesirable for native workers. Here I put some summary table from Orefis. It's his study, but here we can see that the effect of substitutability differs a lot. For sure, it depends where it is, if it's like in the US or in Europe. But we can see some pattern here that mostly in US they are perfect substitutes with a negative effect, and in Europe they are imperfect substitutes with positive effect. Let's see. Here is another table from Borjas. He's doing a lot of labor economics, but we can see that the implied elasticity of substitution, the right column, that like it's really a huge range from 5 to 500. So that's why I am doing a meta-analysis, so I want to try to find the true value. Here is another part of literature. Like the literature is really broad, so I won't bother you anymore with some literature. So what I am doing, I am trying, I'm sorry for a lot of equations, but just to briefly understand, the first equation is the constant elasticity of substitution production function when we assume that labor, the Ln and Li is labor supply of natives and labor supply of immigrants, that those are the only factors of production, and then we there have a lot of different letters. I won't bother you with them, but from there we can compute the elasticity. When we do simple partial derivations of the first equation, we will get the second equation from which we can compute the elasticity of substitution. We are regressing wage premium of natives on relative supply of natives and immigrant workers. It cannot be the second way around, because wages cannot be influenced by some exogenous change, but labor supply can. That's the thing why I collected data of negative inverse elasticity. We can see there that it's like -1 over sigma, and that's that's estimates in the researchers, and I collected those values. Here is I collected 750 almost elasticities, and this is only simple means from my data set. We can see here is the whole data set. Here is only males, here is only females, here is both together when they are not distinguishing between them, and here is US and non-US. Important to say is also that all the studies are counting with their skill level. That's education, experience, and also occupation, because we know that differs a lot. It's important. From those values, we can see that the means are not that different, and we can, from this, we can say that they are somehow substitutable. But I will go more. This is a funnel plot where we have the precision of the estimates, and from here we can see that some publication bias exists there, because when there is no publication bias, the funnel plot should be symmetrical, but it isn't. So there is some space for correction. And so this is my estimations. I've done only some basic meta-analytical estimations. I have a lot of work in front of me. We have a basic OLS and fixed effects, but when we have a look here on, when we have a look here only on those values, we can see that there is a lot of difference than in the simple mean. I won't bother you by the methodological part, but this is the corrected means. This is for the whole sample, this is for the US, and this is for the non-US. So we can conclude from this, not conclude because I have a lot of work to do, but that in the US they are much more substitutable than in Europe. Not Europe, non-US, there is also non-European countries, but in the US, I have US and Canada, and non-US is the rest. But we can see that here the level of substitutability is really low when comparing to US, but it's like quite logical because in the US there is no such language barriers as is, for example, in Europe. Okay, let's go. Yeah, here we have it's a box plot of our estimates and across countries. We can see that when we are looking only on the countries, there is not such a difference, but we have to keep in mind that we are at the negative of the inverse elasticity and not at the elasticity. I cannot recompute it as an elasticity because then the standard error is not working. So the summary is that this is only like some thing what to think about, but we know that we don't want to close borders, but this is my like main findings and implications. The thing is that immigrants are mostly living in like peripheries and in like dangerous areas, and maybe there is like some space for improvement, and that's like there is a publication bias and I still have to work on it, but we can say that immigrants and natives, they are substitutable, and in US the level of substitutability is really high in comparison to others. In general, we can treat the immigrants as natives, and when there is an increase in population, overall population, there is no need to distinguish between native and immigrants. That's all from me, and thank you very much.
Stay here. So I invited Clara on purpose because I think it's good to see how the other experts work, because imagine us, planners, introducing a land use plan to people, to doctors, or some people working in completely different areas, and that's actually the goal of the conference, to be interdisciplinary. I wonder if there are some questions.
Thank you. A very interesting presentation. I have some technical question about the publication bias. So I understand that publication bias is that you check whether the results are coming from peer-reviewed journals or not, because the scientists are kind of afraid to publish the results that are not conformed that are not significant statistically first, and then they are not conformed with what is related to theory, let's say, or what is accepted by scientific community. So can you say something about that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it works? Okay, it works. Yeah, I wanted to talk about it as well, but I thought I won't dig deep because we are running out of time, but that's a really great question. The publication bias, there is a problem that researchers, they are trying to find significant results because non-significant results are not interesting for the editors, and to publish some non-interesting, not significant results. But we have to keep in mind that non-significant results are also results, and it should be on the same level as significant results, because it's still results. And it's true that like it's the fault of editors, because the researchers won't comfort them and they want to publish in a high quality journals. So yeah, we are it's a one variable in the research as well, where it is published, and I have to like dig deep for sure, but that's it. It was the answer. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other question? Oh, thank you, Clara. Thank you very much. And I will invite the last PhD student, Mrs. Martina Kubíková. She will speak about the regional specific topic.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Martina Kubíková, and I'm a PhD student at the Prague University of Economics and Business at the Department of Regional Studies. And my research field is digitalization and its impact on regional development. And for this conference, I prepared a presentation about the role and the importance of digitalization in the transition process of the coal regions in the Czech Republic. So the key question is, to what extent are coal regions in the Czech Republic prepared to use digitalization opportunities in the expected transition process? At this stage, I want to notify that to be digital is not the main aim of the digitalization process, but implementing digital technologies lead to, let me call it, higher goals as a Green Deal, such as Green Deal. And of course, digitalization is monitored by European Commission or OECD, etc. However, mainly at the national level, and regional or local level aren't considered at all. And I have already mentioned one of the research gaps. As far as I know, many researchers in my field of research are focused on digitalization of small and medium enterprises, e-government, or high-speed internet coverage. However, implementation and performance of digital strategies on regional or local level aren't considered by many authors. According to many of them, digitalization is one of the main conditions for successfully implementing of digitalization. And as we can see, the Czech Republic, compared to the another European countries, we have a quite low digital performance, or not such a high quality high-speed internet coverage, which is high-speed internet coverage is presented by dark blue color. And why have I chosen coal regions? Coal regions of the Czech Republic have a small decarbonizing employment potential. And one specific for Czech coal regions is that they are also affected by one of the highest numbers of job lost in the European Union member states. So Moravskoslezský, Ústecký, and Karlovarský regions represents the coal regions of the Czech Republic. And as you may be now, transition process will be a big challenge for all regions. And the coal regions, as carbon-intensive regions, will be the most affected by this transition, and they will become more vulnerable. And at this stage, digital technologies could be an effective tool how to overcome this challenge. And in this programming period, digitalization is one of the main targets of European Union. it's also one of the targets of European structural and investment funds or recovery and resilience facilities. There is also the crucial need of complementarities, synergic and spillover effects of the financial sources which support regional development and transition process. At this slide, you can see the map of the Czech Republic and digitalization threat index. And the probability of the threat of digitalization of each region is presented by red color, and the darker the color is, the treated the region is. And it's clear that the Moravskoslezský region is the most treated region in the Czech Republic. And now, 2 years ago, I created an aggregate index which measures digital performance in the Czech Republic. And you can see that the digital performance of the regions varies across the Czech Republic. And now, look at the index of digitalization of regional territory and digital threat index on the same slide. And the trend is clear. I'm sorry, the graphs are cut. So, but the regions with the lower digital performance, with the lower digital performance, which are the Ústecký and the Karlovarský, are also distinguished with the digital threat. So, and in the other hand, the Moravskoslezský kraj, which has the better results in in its digital performance, is also distinguished by lower probability of threat by digitalization. And now, it could be at first glance confusing chart, but let me notify. The yellow line represents the Ústecký kraj, and the red line represents an average of the Czech Republic. And you can see that the Ústecký kraj is or has a quite low performance in e-government, the use of internet, and human capital. In contrast, Moravskoslezský kraj, which is represented by blue line, has a under average performance compared to other regions or the average of the Czech Republic. And the main aim of this chart is to show that the inner structure of the region or of digitalization of regions is different, and yeah, it varies across all of the regions in the Czech Republic. And this slide shows the number of strategies which are focused on the digitalization, and we can see that Moravskoslezský kraj has the most strategies, but it's understandable due to the number of its residents compared, for example, to the Karlovarský region. And this slide is to clarify that coal regions have some common features, but they also have some differences. Common features could be high share of manufacturing, high proportion of long-term unemployment, below average disponible income or population decline. On the other hand, there are some areas where the region differs. It's, for example, GDP or expenditure on research and development with abbreviation CHERT, the share of household with high-speed internet or digital threat index. And let me briefly conclude. it's no doubt that digitalization has still growing influence on regional development, and it brings an opportunity not only for rural areas to catch up and to be more competitive. The next point is that the core regions of the Czech Republic has a different starting position, when Moravskoslezský kraj has very good starting point regarding digitalization starting point, to be clear, compared to Ústecký and Karlovarský region. And at this geopolitical situation, when the energetic crisis are in turbulent times after the pandemic, digitalization brings us an advantage to reduce costs. And although the current situation is complicated, the long-term strategic goal seems to be sustained. We just have to keep on our mind that each or every core region have its own specific and need. And the last note from my side is that the digital economy and carbon neutral economy aren't competitive targets. They are team players, and they are support each other. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think that I hope it's here. Thank you very much. I think that you demonstrated the differences or the common characteristics of the regions. We actually have to deal with a very long time now. I wonder if there are some questions.
What you introduced was more focused on at regional level. You compared regions at regional level. What I was thinking during your presentation, that I think that there is a lot of data available at local level, at municipality level, that could be also compared. Because I think that if you are comparing whole regions, which are very different, so some issues are somehow generalized. Yeah, which means that you are making some conclusions which are not maybe sometimes so much valid for whole this region, but only for smaller parts. So yeah. Did you think about that? Did you consider to somehow prolong or extend your work also about these issues?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Actually, the previous research was about the lack of statistical data. It was a big challenge for me to collect the data for this index. So I'd like to go to the local level, but in this situation with statistical collecting data, it's impossible. But we have a project in the digitalization on rural areas, and we already did about, I don't know, 200 in-deep dialogues, and we have a lot of data, so maybe in future we can use it.
I might have a question. You mentioned different strategies which those regions adopted. Do you intend to present your outcomes to the people, or are you in contact with people who worked on those strategies?
Yeah, I'd like to. Actually, at this time, I'm going to prepare a research proposal or project proposal, and I'd like to contact the innovations agencies in each region and to discuss with them their process or their approach to this topic.
So, thank you. No more questions. Thank you very much. And now we switch to the last group of speakers. I always invite guest speakers to bring in some or their view to the planning, to economy, or also to the Czech Republic as a whole, because I think we live in Europe, we are in the middle of Europe, and as we saw that people are in move, and we shall not just focus on ourselves, so it's always fruitful to get some feedback. And I asked Claire Shields from CB Richard Ellis, she's a managing director, if I'm right, and when we met 2 weeks ago, I asked her to share with us their personal experiences, how to do the business in the Czech Republic.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute... Yes, I will stay on the lighting. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm very, very sorry I'm not speaking Czech. My Czech is very bad. You would not want me to do this presentation in Czech. So thank you to the interpreters. Also, I'd like to apologize because it turns out CBRE's PowerPoint presentation is most advanced, and hence there's quite a few problems with fonts. So I apologize, so it didn't look like this on my computer. Yeah, so either than that or I'm behind. Okay, I am the managing director of CBRE here in the Czech Republic. Before I became the managing director, I was head of valuation for Central and Eastern Europe. I've been based in the region since 2008. And I was also, after being head of valuation, I became the head of the industrial sector before I became the managing director. I will focus on some of the main obstacles I've seen. This is my personal opinion. I am not political in any way, number one. I'm not political in any way. It's my view. I am not an investor. I am not a developer. I'm a real estate consultant. So it's what I hear, and I can give my feedback on what I hear in the market. So the main obstacles faced, I will focus on logistics, manufacturing, or production companies. I always like to look back on how the Czech Republic has grown in terms of industrial and logistics. In 1996, we had modern warehouse stock of 11,000 square meters. These days, my agents will let roughly 10,000 square meters every couple of months. Yeah? Probably a lot more than that. But this is all we had in 1996. If we fast forward it on 15 years, we ended up with 9.2 million square meters. I know, right? I've got people saying, wow, this is amazing. 9.2 million square meters. It gets better. In 2022, at the end of Q3, so at the end of September, 10.6 million square meters. So we increased over 1 year by 13%. We also have less than 1% vacancy in these existing warehouses. It means if I have a client of mine, a company, who wants to come and do logistics, distribution, production, manufacturing in the Czech Republic, I don't have anywhere to put them. I have less than 1% in existing buildings. It means I need to find them land, and I need to try and do a build-to-suit program as quickly as I can for them to meet the needs of their supply chain. So a lot of the time when companies come and they only have 1-2 years, I have to say, guys, let me take you to Poland. Let me take you to Hungary. I have to move them on to another country, which I always find incredibly disappointing. So why do companies want to enter the Czech Republic? There's one very clear answer to this: location, location, location. Everybody loves the Czech Republic, especially at the moment. When we had COVID, e-commerce boomed. So we had the likes of Amazon. We had lots of e-commerce companies coming. It's perfect because of its location, because we can get everywhere really, really quickly. One of my clients once told me that for every 10 kilometers that they have to travel, it costs them an extra 10,000 euros a month. So you need to be near the point of sale. You need to be part of your supply chain, so very close to your supply chain, or very close to an airport. So those are the main criteria for many of the companies. And we have amazing skilled workers. And this is because of the fabulous universities we have. When my American colleagues come over, or my clients, they're like, wow, this is fantastic. You have a country that's relatively small. We can get everywhere really quickly. You're next to Germany, and the skilled labor is fabulous in this country. Why would we not come here? And I would say, because I've got no land and I've got no existing buildings and I can't house you here. It is such a shame. So these are the main reasons. We also have a population, a working population, which is mainly in the industry sector. 30% at times we've had in the industry sector. So we really heavily rely on our industry sector. These are some of the clients. I can't talk about all of my clients because I have non-disclosure agreements, but I just thought I'd start putting up pictures and what can they do. So here's some pictures of some of the clients. Now, most of these companies, they don't just serve the Czech Republic, no, they're serving the whole of Europe. And with nearshoring, this is the term we use because of COVID, where suddenly our supply chains broke because we couldn't get everything we wanted from China. So now we have to have all this nearshoring. So we're really serving Europe from the Czech Republic. The question is, of course, why do we not get the companies here? I've alluded to it, and why I won't risk my reputation as a consultant on bringing all of the companies to the Czech Republic. But there are many reasons, one of them being an extremely low unemployment rate. It's seriously low. So when all the clients come, they say, yeah, but Claire, are we really going to find enough staff? Well, it doesn't always create a problem. Now, this is what standard warehouses used to be like. Roll on, and we have cube storage automation. You will know it perhaps better than me if you're architects, but this is the new trend. You know, why on earth would we have a warehouse full of people when you can have a warehouse full of robots? So we have the robots going all over these, and we can create cubes which can reduce all the space that they need. And suddenly you're in peak season, it's December, Christmas, you can just hire more robots. It's much easier than hiring people. And so suddenly we have all of these warehouses popping up everywhere with our cube storage automation. So we can get through the problem of unemployment fairly easily. Oh, I need to go backwards, sorry. If I can. Yeah, lovely. Lack of incentives. This is twofold. I have recently lost a client who went to Saudi Arabia because the incentives package that the government would offer the investing business is much better in Saudi Arabia than it is here in the Czech Republic. So I said, okay, I can't compete with this. But I'm also struggling to compete on a municipality level. What is the incentive for each individual municipality when corporate tax is pooled centrally, not locally? So the income of the businesses that they're giving to these individual areas of the Czech Republic, that tax system means that they are not benefiting from that income in that particular area. It's being pooled centrally, and they don't know how much of that they will get. So I am not arguing it because I'm not political, but the developers would argue there needs to be a tax reform system in the Czech Republic, like many of the European countries, like Germany, for example. If I go and work in Germany, I'll have every authority fighting for my client. Why? Because they get the certain percentage of that corporate tax, that income. And that income helps them to build roads, to build schools. And why would they help me with planning to get that permitting over the line when they're not incentivized in any way? Secondly, land availability. Look, we're a relatively small country. There's not much we can do about that. However, there is lots and lots of land that is locked, that I cannot get through permitting, that I am stuck with, completely stuck. The length and the complexity of our planning permitting system, to me, is extreme. I will ask you a question. Oh, sorry. What is the difference between the Czech Republic, Czech Republic and Cameroon? Now, I asked my colleagues this, and the boys in the industrial leasing team, they were going, okay, Cameroon was in the World Cup. No, Czech Republic was not in the World Cup, sorry. I said, no, it's nothing to do with football. But it is to do with our planning system. We are 157th in the world in terms of ranking. Now, 5 years ago, we were at 146, and now we've shifted to 157. So that means the length, complexity, perhaps intransparency, not sure, I'm not saying anything about that, perhaps that's getting worse because our ranking has changed. Yeah, so there is some problem here, and that is causing my clients a problem. And it causes me a problem because I live here and I love the Czech Republic, but I don't always recommend the Czech Republic because it's my reputation on the line. And if I have a client who needs to be in a warehouse in 3 to 5 years' time, I have no guarantee that I will find them any land that I can get any permitting on in the next 10 years. If I look at our neighboring countries, Poland, 39th in the world, boo. I lose my clients to Poland on a weekly basis. It almost makes me cry when I have to phone the MD of Poland and hand him my favorite client. But this is serious, you know, that, okay, apart from Slovakia, everyone else in the world ranking is way ahead of us. And when my clients who've never entered the Czech Republic, they look at this, because they all have these world rankings, they just say, okay, we won't even phone Claire on this one. We'll just go straight to Poland. So I don't even know about the potential investment we could have had in our country. So I'm just on my final bit, really, which is case studies. Oh, sorry, it's really bad, this formatting. But just to give you some feeling on it. This isn't just about, and I understand why there are rules and regulations with planning procedures. We have them in the UK. I went through it when I was studying. I totally get it, and they absolutely have to be there. And not always do you want to have a big warehouse box there because there's more trucks, there's more noise. Absolutely clear. The bit that I don't understand, so for example, I think we can all talk about one example, which is VW. They want to have a new factory producing the batteries. So if we can't find them land, which I highly expect we cannot, there are 3 countries in the running: Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland. I don't see how we can make this work, because whilst the government needs, and I say needs, because Malá Boleslav needs to produce compared to, I can't remember, somewhere in Spain. These are the 2 options, yeah? So we need Malá Boleslav producing, not Spain. But they're not going to be the ones who are producing them. They're not going to get the contract if we cannot have those battery producers nearby, very close nearby. Everything has to be in the same location. But central government, whilst they may need to have these, because otherwise the suppliers will start to shut down because they will have to move to Spain, because they can't be in the Czech Republic because the batteries aren't there for the electromobility. So if we can't do that, and central government has no control because of our construction law, then our construction law means that each municipality has their own say. They don't have any push, any legal push to do anything about getting that planning permit. But then you start to lose jobs, and suddenly, where we've always had this great reputation with industry, suddenly we start to lose jobs in it, and Spain starts to win those contracts. And then we can't get anything with BMW. I have some Koreans now looking. They need to have their battery supplies here. They need to be close to Germany. So then what effect does that have on Germany if also Germany can't get these battery productions? Then they move to Spain or Germany or Hungary or Poland. Then everyone has to move around. That's how a supply chain works. So the world has changed since COVID. Everything needs to be nearshored. Everything needs to be close together. Energy prices have gone up. Fuel prices have gone up. Everything needs to be closer and closer. And right now, given the state and the complexity of the planning system, my personal belief is the Czech Republic will start to lose if we don't get some control and transparency on why we are saying no. And it can't be 3 to 5 years, because my investors will not take a risk on their business. The developers will not buy any more land, like CTP now looking in all other countries except the Czech Republic. It's too difficult. Yeah? And when it's too difficult, we lose money, and employment goes up, and we lose the productivity of the country. My personal opinion.
you very much. The very last sentence was not very optimistic, but I appreciate that you were so open, coming from the special planning point of view, when you show the map surrounding Czech Republic by this different ranking, I know that where the number was low, they use regulatory plans, where the number is high, they don't use regulatory plans. This is at least my planning answer for that. And also, thank you very much for the explanation how the real business works. And I think that there is also those changes after COVID and changes which are linked with this Green Deal and all that stories, really increase the tendency for industry to get closer to the people, in Europe, And if this legislation will not get an answer for that, the consequences might be as you mentioned. But I see some hands rise.
Thank you very much. First of all, very interesting and entertaining presentation. But I wanted to ask, I always thought the cost of labor was always one of the main incentive for investors in logistics. Is it not the case? And maybe the second question, I saw my dear hometown in one of those pictures, surrounded with logistical buildings. What would be your argument for building more and more logistical centers? Are we, for instance, behind other states in terms of share of logistical space to the total land, or?
So, first question was about labor. So, no, absolutely, our labor costs are low, and it's definitely a driver. My argument would be, with automation really going to the forefront of everything now, like I showed you the robots, but this was just one small example of we are putting in that auto store now into a warehouse of 230,000 square meters in the Czech Republic, and it's all robots. It's incredible. So labor is still important, but they will happily go over to Poland. Yeah, they won't go to Germany, but they would go to Poland. It's not such a huge, massive difference. There's also, it's too big to just talk about labor, because you also then have like the rents. The rents for warehouses in the Czech Republic have gone up 43%, I think, in the last year. So, but the rents in Poland haven't. So yes, labor is important, absolutely. It's a very valid point, but it's not the be-all and end-all. More to the point is the location, and those energy costs and fuel costs going through the roof. And the second question was about, I don't remember.
Let's say the percentage of logistics per capita.
Per capita, absolutely. We're one of the highest countries in terms of logistics per capita. And I'm not saying that I need to have any more logistics in here. I'm not saying it. I'm saying we need to think strategically about what will be the effect on certain areas of the business, based on the way the world has changed, based on the supply chain, and how everything has to be so close together. What will we lose if we don't do certain things? To be more creative than just saying, no, that doesn't fit with here. Yeah, we can't do that. We don't want to do it with planning, or it's not the priority on the permitted use. It's maybe number 5 or 6. So no, we're not going to do it. Yeah, it's about being more strategic. It's also, for me, maybe one example if I have enough time, I went to a municipality in Prague with a colleague. We have one piece of land in Prague, and I just wanted to know, before I sell the land to someone, what could I build? Could I build a warehouse on it? I just want a yes or no. Could I build a warehouse? And the first person I met said, no, you cannot build a warehouse. I would like to prioritize, and a warehouse is not number 1 on this list. And I said, okay. So I went across the corridor to a lady I've known before, and I said, this piece of land, can I put a warehouse on this piece of land? And she went, sure, it's number 5, number 6, no problem. I said, where's your boss? So she said, oh, I'll go and call. So then I went and met the boss, and the boss said, can't see why not. And I said to my client, okay, you got 2 out of 3, but we might get this one guy, and then we're screwed. Yeah. So this is what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that we need to have logistics everywhere. I'm not advocating this at all. I'm saying I want a system that's transparent, that doesn't waste any time, and that's clear, and we all know the cost if we don't do it.
Thank you.
I would like to ask you if you know about a new policy of EU. It calls something like net zero policy for land taking for new constructions. You told investors want more land from us, but we have low unemployment. Why should we give them the land now? What should be our reasons if the investors want to invest here? Also, okay, let's they can use the existing buildings and you know, I just don't understand. You showed us Amazon. What we have from Amazon warehouse here? Nothing. It's an international corporation. It paid taxes on some tax paradise, who knows where. People have low income there, and we should give more land to this corporation. Why?
No, absolutely. I'm not saying it. Yeah, it's valid. No, I'm not saying it. Yeah, Amazon is a big beast, and maybe people don't like Amazon. The point is that I'm not saying that we have to do that. I'm just saying, could we have a planning system so I understand what I can build, what I can't? And if you have warehouses or land that's zoned for industrial, why can we not build industrial and then 5 years later find out that we can't get the permits for it? Yeah, let's not ruin the reputation of the Czech Republic. Let's just say no so that they can move on. And my task almost now is I've got to a stage where I know that we won't get planning on certain things. I've worked out how the system works to a level, and I don't even allow the clients to come here because it's the reputation of the Czech Republic, which is like the 157 ranking. You don't want this kind of reputation because one day you might want to have some automated robot. Maybe your unemployment rate will change. Yeah.
In existing halls.
Yeah,
and,
exactly what we're doing.
Give the people better salaries, and you know.
But this is a whole economic situation.
They have the options to reconstruct their hall from low-income people in store to robots. They could do it.
Which is what they're doing.
They used only low incomes.
No, this is not true. We have just put like, I don't know, 200 or 2,000 robots into one warehouse for them so they can not do this, yeah? Because the unemployment rate is so low, we don't even have the people to put in there. But look, this is a huge economic question of what you do. And I don't have the answers to it. I happily turn away clients and put them into Poland. I'm just saying, these are the obstacles for companies to come here. Maybe it suits you that these companies don't come here. Maybe that's correct. But then what happens in Moloboleslav when they lose the contract for the next VW stuff and when Škoda doesn't do it and everything goes to Spain? How many jobs will be lost? Maybe you'll be happy because unemployment's gone up. I don't know. And I am not an economist, but these are the obstacles.
Thank you.
I'll be following the preceding arguments, and I'd like to ask you a question. What is the benefit? What could be the benefit for Czech people, Czech Republic, from making Czech Republic warehousing hub of Central Europe?
So one of my comments before, and it's something that I hear a lot from the developers, is on the corporate tax. That they don't feel like there is a feeling that there is no benefit. And for some of those municipalities or people who may live, I know one of the colleagues said that they live there, close to one of these factories, perhaps they're not feeling the benefit of it. They don't have an upgrade in their roads, they don't have an upgrade in the schools as a direct result of that corporate tax that new business with that investment is paying. Yeah? So one of the suggestions is that, like many European countries, there is a tax reform so that the country is actually benefiting in the right places and boosting the regions of the Czech Republic by having such a tax reform. And to have that transparency. I think one of the messages that I hear a lot, whether it's from the companies who are looking to invest here or the developers, is that they just don't feel there's transparency in the Czech Republic. And that in itself needs to be something that is sorted out.
But I would like to insist on my question. What is the benefit?
Well, the benefit could be that you have, as you do now, very low unemployment. So without having these companies here, your employment would shoot up, which means you would have higher unemployment. And you still do have quite a significant amount of corporate tax from these companies. I'm not an economist. I'm just telling you the straightforward problem of getting investment to the Czech Republic if you think it's necessary. Maybe you feel that the Czech Republic is so wealthy that it's unnecessary to have any inward investment of companies expanding and growing in the Czech Republic.
I don't think that we are a very healthy country, but I don't think that we are not so poor to admit any kind of investment.
Now I will help Klar for just for a second. I will help you a little bit because I'm from the Passan Invest doing Republika Bohatší and these things. Is the same situation which we are facing in the offices and residential? Because the answer will show you why we should be aware of being out of the map for the investors. Is the same situation for the offices and the residential?
Yes, absolutely. It's the same planning system. I chose industrial because it's so controversial. Because I think it's an interesting topic, but absolutely, it's exactly the same situation as you all know.
Promiňte, já jsem urbanista ze staré školy.
I'm sorry, I'm a spatial planner from the old school. When I'm driving through the country and I see the warehouses in the best arable land, in the best, nicest landscape, I'm getting sick. And just saying that there will be more employed workers. We are talking about peanuts, really small percentages of people that will be employed there because robots are employed there instead. So it is not about employment at all, and we cannot benchmark it with plant battery factory close to Pilsen that is planned there, because this would bring added value. Nevertheless, warehouses do not generate any added value at all.
I think, hence I had like sort of 3 different case studies, because you have the ones where, you know, removing things from the agricultural land fund, do we really want to do that? I don't know, I don't expect so. So that was my first case study. Then my second case was the big boxes. And then the third case is the most critical right now, is the gigafactory, the VW factory. And this could have a significant impact on the economy of the Czech Republic.
No other questions.
Let me out of here.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy that you join us today. Are you in a hurry? Would you wait a minute? And we go to another speaker, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Wagner from Switzerland has the advantage that Switzerland is not member of European Union. They have their own, let's say, vision of their future. It doesn't need to share with the other nations, and also have a different view on some, let's say, discussed topics of today. But he will focus namely of a strategy of large transformational areas, isn't it? So, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Let's be honest. Let's give Claire some answers, no? We have been kicked as planners, no? She gave us some good questions, no? We would like to have investors, developers with us, and they have expectations, no? Can we give her answers? I will try. As always, coming in the second part of the seminar, I will now change all my presentation, trying to address a little bit more the colleagues I heard before. I will try to do this during my speech. I apologize, I don't speak Czech, but I don't speak English too, so my main language would be Italian, so you can imagine how difficult this is for me. How does the machine work? Okay, thank you. I have the pleasure, I was here once in 2018, last time. I don't want to repeat, so I've gone through my understanding about my job, my reality, so I'm not into planning anymore. I think we do special development. We have to take care about dynamic processes and face these processes. If they are good or bad, maybe they are just real, and we should work on that. So I don't come in again with this question. I'm here probably because with Vid we share some education steps at the Swiss Polytechnic School in Zurich, so we got planner. I have a regional economics background too, so this is my background. Okay, I would, that's too much. I would address 3 topics. There is no space anymore. It's not just in Czech Republic. Our space is finished completely. You will see some pictures of topography. The space is ended. But Miroslav, I think we showed today how urban sprawl is at the end of any kind of development, economic, social, ecological even. I think David told about wilderness, no? I'm concerned 10% of the Swiss Alpine region should be used now to produce solar energy with panels. Can you imagine? I don't want this. This is the reality with which we are facing. I like competition. I really like competition, but competition has rules. I would like to show you how we can use competition as a tool. And yes, public-private is interesting, but Claire made the point of private. Private is not here to make what we planners would like or what public would like to do. And this makes it a little bit different probably if you want to implement this strategy. Okay, somehow I have some problems. Okay. There's where I'm from. So when I tell you that the space is finished, it's really finished. It's full. Of course, there is mountains or lakes, but I don't think this is usable space. Just behind there, somewhere at the end, it's already Italy. So we have daily immigrants. We heard about immigrants, daily immigrants, no? And I swear you, this is not positive on wages, on work, labor, whatever. These people come because behind us, there are 30 million inhabitants. And we are somehow, it's difficult to explain this, victim of a certain success, or we are compared with this economic development. So Milano, the Lombardy region, competes with Paris and London and global cities. And we are just 300,000, so we are a small region. We have daily 100,000 commuters coming in just because the better wages they have there. And you can imagine this is not sustainable also, and it makes jobs, well-paid jobs. But what is a well-paid job for us? These jobs are not well-paid. And for example, another thing which is always difficult, and I don't know, I would ask Claire, which ranking is Switzerland in his ranking? I think we should be very low. Our planning processes are long, extremely long, so we are not reactive. We have really problems because of this lack of space. I pay half of my taxes to my local municipality. So my mayor gets the biggest part of my money. And so is it true that if the money doesn't go to local authorities, things don't work? We talked to Karel about this. Keep in mind, this is one, probably is not because we are in Europe or not. I feel very close to Czech Republic since ever, no small countries, very devoted and whatever. But the system is very different. If your mayor has the money, he can take decisions, real one. He can make a kindergarten. He doesn't need to make a deal with a private company because he doesn't have the money from central government. He has his money. And I like also competition between local authorities. I move. I change my residential municipalities if I'm not happy with my mayor, because he takes my money. And it's not far away. So competition has some advantages. Let's come to some points. So this where I am. I just wanted to, not to make public relation, but to show you more and more my job is process-oriented. So I'm not a classical urban planner. I don't make design. I design processes, because this is, I think, what we heard from Claire, no? The way how we take decisions, and we can be efficient on that thing. So greenfield is at the end, and it should be at the end really, but you have to take it as a political central decision. And we have taken this very democratically. We said this is the end in Switzerland. There is no greenfield. We don't have brownfield. We've never been a really industrial country in the sense of coal or steel, industrial, this kind of thing. We don't really have also brownfield. The second thing, as I said, do we want private investors in urban transformation? If yes, we have to address them, really address them, not to be with wishful thinkings. And compare ideas. Competition is, I think, a basic task in our job, because it gives especially a learning path. My politicians, my clients at the end, they also are in a learning process in urban transformation. Obviously, it's difficult to tell to a politician that he is in a learning path because he's elected, because he knows everything. But this comparison of idea has this process of learning. And so at the end, it's what do we do as planner? Do we, I try to show it, do we design projects or do we design processes? And I'm the process man. This is my task, I think. Okay. This is just to show you that you have to have a political decision about the end of urban sprawl. Otherwise, you can't go on. You will always have what you have showed us, no? Because the economic decisions, it's about loan, it's about cost per square meter of inhabitation, whatever, will drive us all in the outside skirt of the cities. Now you have to decide that this is not possible anymore. I'm sorry, I don't like very much hard political decision this way, but you have to have a focused decision. Our government is not powerful, so Switzerland is a confederation of 26 very autonomous regions, but they can make policy like this, no decisions on how to densify. Then I come to one of the first point. How do you take strategic areas if you don't have greenfields anymore? You have to define probably the other way around, green infrastructures. I mean, this is planning. This is the places I would not like to have development in the meaning of use of land anymore. For us as a touristic country and region, obviously, this green infrastructure is also an enormous economic potential by itself. So this I wouldn't like that this is done by private. I think the state, the public authority, has its own task. I think also kindergartens is belonging to this task. I think this is things that the public authority has to do. Then you can focus, you saw it before, it's on a regional scale, and then you can come down, as you see here, in more local, and then you have whatever you need, quality of life, touristic improvement, economic and social wealth in your region. The same thing, sorry, I still have some difficulties. You have to have special decisions. I mean, every place has his beauties, his tasks, his specialities, and this is planning decisions you have to make. I would say there are consolidated areas. Probably the most easy to understand is historic city. No, I don't want dynamic transformation processes in historic city, but also residential areas. Now people don't stand quick transformation. You have social problems, and then you have real problems, political problems. And as we said, probably rural areas, what is left is also not a strategic area. So this is also a decision we can take to say clearly where we don't want this strategic transformation and dynamic processes. And then you have these kind of things that we all have urban sprawl somewhere. No, there are no good and bad countries. No, these places with no values, probably just we got them in the 60s, 70s, no ideas about energy consumption, about traffic problems, whatever. It was just the use of space. You may see what it is. No, it's, oh, sorry, the supermarkets, this one, yeah, supermarkets, sports infrastructure, whatever, and the low quality is just a task. We should dare to change these places. They have no quality, and the question is, can we make it with private investors, developers? Are there will to help us to transform these places? So as you come then to these strategic areas, I call them strategic because it's the only way to answer to the questions. So where do we want that things take place? You have also somehow the idea, obviously, which is in my opinion, also a public task, is we have to address the mobility question. I mean, mobility is everywhere, one of the major. I think logistics is trying to escape mobility problems because it's a real problem. Now, if your truck is then half an hour, 1 hour settled down in a traffic jam, then you have a logistic problem, which is even as big as land, missing land. And infrastructure, in my eyes, is again a public task, a pure public task. I know there are examples like the UK, whatever, where you try to involve private investors and developers in basic infrastructure. I don't believe in this model. They exist. The Italian highway system is made by private companies. It's owned and made by private companies. Then you have bridges falling, no? Then you can ask yourself, are you satisfied with the results? So it's very dangerous to leave these things away. I come to the point, Claire addressed logistics for goods. There is a problem of logistics of people too. This is a main focus today of the Swiss government. It's these hubs, platforms of urban mobility. I think is one possibility to address the question is not to make me choose between my car, public transport, a bicycle, but always to make me choose the best solution at the moment in kind of mobility. And these platforms have a certain rule, especially in the suburban areas, before you enter to the core cities, to try to optimize and better make the solution of mobility management. Now, I appreciate that he's not here anymore from Prague 10, the example, but the question is he a decision maker really? I mean, today, public administration has so many chapters that you have to go through: environment, green, social, the whole permit system and whatever. We try to address the need of investors and developers by making agencies. Agencies as an idea to be a one-stop shop for a promoter or a developer who takes care of the public. And the public is complicated. So I think the ranking we saw is something like that. How complicated are our systems towards development? And the other thing is, I would like to make private companies, investors, to compete. I don't want to make deals with them. I would like to give them a task. If I buy a chair, a car, or whatever it is, I go on the market and I see the best solution, and I have criteria to choose these solutions. So we try more and more to define models for tenders for investment and in the public field. David was also there, I think, for the planners or the architect chambers. Now, our chambers of architects and engineers is trying to fit down rules to fix how do you make different tenders, competitions. It's different if you make planning competition or if you make investors competition. Now you see we have different models to work with. You can have planning competition, that's what I talked about in 2018. So I would like to see all my colleagues work on a central crucial area to find out the best solutions. And this is the way then how you can show to investors how do you want to transform this area. And agencies, as I said, would be a way to work for the public to be more credible towards private companies and investors. I think green should be made by public. I don't want here to have a talk with an investor. This is something we can do and the public can afford to revitalize rivers, to give access to water and these kind of things. I don't need for that kind of process. But a stadium I think can be made by a private company. So we made for that kind of project, and this is now the tenders we try to define, and this tender is gone, it's now in construction. It has 3 different modules. Now the red one is really public infrastructure, a stadium, a sport palace, whatever. The blue one is a decision which is also politically interesting, is should the public authority be property of real estate or shall it rent it over 20, 30 years? This is the blue part. So the city of Lugano decided to move into rented projects. And then you can give to the private the yellow one, which is classical housing. Then you can decide what level, what kind of quality. And out of the tender, you have then finally, what is also interesting for us, you have one only actor towards all specialists you need to coordinate. And this is probably the other side of the agency. Somebody is responsible for all specialists to be involved. I come to the end. This is a bet we're trying to do now, it's sure we made this transform platform also with public-private partnership. We think it's possible because there is a lot of economic things behind that. And so we tried with international investors, AFRI, Swedish, these are people from Norway, to develop something like this. And then again, you have to decide that this is fitting to your plan, that it's a strategic area, that it's the best solution you have and you want. So, I was already a little bit too long. I don't know if Claire has some answers to that. Strategic area, how you define them, and you have to be clear to investor that it happens only there and that there is no speculation somewhere around, on greenfield especially. Compete always, but be also aware that maybe public should do his things without competition. We talked yesterday about energy, no? I don't want to buy my electricity on a spot market. This is now the end of the story, no? The prices and the security are not given, but let's have private-public partnerships where it's useful to do it. Thank you very much. And
Thank you very much. I think there might be questions.
Well, we have a discussion about the control of infrastructures, and you argue that it should be controlled by public bodies, right? Probably the most dynamically developing infrastructure is information infrastructure. Do you think that this information infrastructure should be also under public control?
Yes, I'm certainly of the idea that basic infrastructure should be somehow under public control. Then you can decide that you want to make special purpose companies, but the question then is who is the shareholder? And and you see now with electricity, energy, the whole question is when you give away the basic infrastructure, then there must be competition on how you use this infrastructure. I'm completely from the idea that once the infrastructure is there, you have to have actors who have to compete to access to this infrastructure. But most examples also in information technology is a question. For example, we are a country with a lot of regional questions. We have alpine regions, valleys which are not urban areas, no, where you would never have a public service like infrastructure. But even I think the postal office would not go there. And this is a little bit the Swiss attitude to say, no, we want to guarantee public basic services to all inhabitants in the same way, and this cannot be left to market decisions, because at a certain point you are not a market. Probably in the Czech Republic you have the same. The more you go away from Prague, the less you are a market, no? And the less you will have infrastructure.
Some other questions? There is a very clear tendency, like in Switzerland or also in Vienna, to put more attention on quality in form of process. Also in Vienna, they invite investors and they open a competition, let's say architecture competition, and then they lead a dialogue with the architects. So they do not choose one, the best one, but they invite all 3 teams or 4 teams to discuss, and they create a workshop and discuss with investors, with the city, 2, 3 months, 4 months, and then they come to some conclusion, find an agreement among themselves, with the only goal, no, to increase the quality of the project.
We call this test planning. No, we could go now in examples, but we call it test planning, and it's this learning path. So my clients, which are public bodies, authorities, they also have to learn out from a competition to take decisions. Or maybe they see solutions they have never thought they could be there. And this is very difficult because obviously we also have star architects. No, it's easier to call a star, no, give him a mandate, and then thinking to make any kind of deal or whatever we heard today. Learning to see different solutions before, and it's more and more my job. I make a good life professionally in organizing this kind of procedure. It's back to school, no? We have got through this workshop thinking, no? It's not that you have an idea, but you discuss your idea, and maybe you have a good idea. I did not thought that you have a good idea.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite two speakers now, Mr. Jakub Vorel and Ondřej Gabaš. They worked on a special project subsidized by the Czech government, if I am right, the agency, but you will explain it. And it is about the economic effects on public infrastructure and hedonic price models.
Thank you very much. My name is Jakub Vorel, and my good colleague Ondřej Gabaš here will tell you the second part of the presentation. So you can sit down if you want, or you can stay. We would like to speak about how we are using hedonic price methods to distill the economic effects of public infrastructure, or generally, as economists call it, public goods. There is a lot of green. Oh, okay. Okay, so quickly when it's there. So the project calls valuation models of public goods for spatial planning, and it is supported by the Technological Agency of Czech Republic. This is the project where we are in consortium. We are academia, Czech Technical University in Prague, Faculty of Architecture, Spatial Planning Department. Then we have Prague Institute of Planning and Development. And then we have third partner, business partner, Dataligence, which gives consultancy in the real estate market and supply us with the data, real estate data. And we try to test those methods. I think that we are not the first in the Czech Republic, but we are one of the first. And we tested for Prague and generally metropolitan region of Prague, which is defined, as you can see, by Central Bohemian region. So what are the hedonic price models? I will make it very fast. We have a value of good. The value of good is attributed by its usage, but also by non-usage. So, for example, existential value is also the value. And then we need to estimate value. If we have a commercial good, then it's easy. We have a market, we find the market, we find the market indicator, typically the price, and we have a value. If we don't have public good, it's very different, because with public good, you don't have a market. So we have actually two possibilities. First is to ask people. So we are using various surveys, and you're asking people about their willingness to pay for certain public good, like, for example, for Prague. For Prague. Or you have the second method, where you will find the market commercial good, which has some relation with the public good. And in our case, the ideal commercial good is real estate, the houses. The houses are fixed, So they don't move away, and they are heavily dependent on the quality of the surrounding. So we need to, no, this is, so we need to analyze the intrinsic characteristic of the house, and then we need to analyze the characteristics of the surrounding, including the amenities and public good. Then we form the hedonic price function, which define the price as a kind of linear relation of its characteristics and surrounding characteristics. And we are using some kind of form of it. It's a technical question. There is a log linear form, but this is the linear additive polynomial. And then we have, of course, some error, some random error, which makes our prediction to be also random variable with some distribution. And what we are searching for are those beta coefficients which represents the marginal price of the characteristics. Now I would like to give you my colleague make it very click-like. Of course, we are not the first on the world to make such a kind of study, so we were interested in what kind of studies were done abroad in Czech Republic as well, and we were especially interested in the methodology. We were interested in how they are using the results of those studies, and also we were interested in values themselves, because they are very, very important for valuation and for interpretation of our results. And as you can see, we made 17 countries, 39 studies, and 180 evaluations. We put them into database, and we have a kind of structured database of effects. And as you can see, most often the hedonic prices are studied with relation to natural areas and to public transit. And the countries where it is often used are China, United States, from European countries, Ireland, Netherlands, and Sweden. Interesting result, and quite frustrating for us, was that the effects collected has a kind of big variance. They differ a lot. You can see the density of the effects. Well, you can see something. You can see some, the highest density for bus is about between 1 and 2%. So if you're moving from the bus station, you are losing the value of the property. With the subway, it's a little bit higher. It's about 3%, and in commuter train, it's about 10%. But you can see the variation is really, really, really big. Good thing was that there are meta-analysis. I think there was something about meta-analysis said by Klára Kantová already. Meta-analysis just take those various effects collected from various studies, and they try to sort out how they relate to the geographical methodological approach that was taken to collect them. And we realized that those meta-analyses are successful in explaining a big portion of those variations. And they explain them especially by geographical location, by time period when the effects were collected, by specification of the regression link or function, and by characteristics that are included or excluded from the regression. If we take those information into account, then quite substantial amount of variations is explained. And by the way, this is great news, because then we can really build a theory which is possible to transfer from one context to another. Now I will give you some examples of our results. they are they are intermediate results because we are still working on the project and we make some results to be more elaborated. But for now, we have those. We have various models. I will speak about the cross-section models that are taking all the data at once. And we are doing models for City of Prague and also for metropolitan region, because City of Prague has exceptionally good data, exceptionally detailed data, and we want to use much of them. So we are doing specific model for City of Prague, which I will show you, but we also are working on metropolitan region. City of Prague, and then we study effects of public goods on sale prices and on rents. So some examples. If you have an alley, if your house is in the streets which have an alley, row of trees, then the rent of the house, of the flat, increased by 1.2%. With sales price, there's no significant results, so we say that this is zero. Null hypothesis was not falsified, so we say this is zero. If you are at the street, and we have a hierarchy of streets, or the Prague has identified the hierarchy of the streets, so you have main street, you have district street, you have local streets. So if you're at a high street, then the price is surprisingly lower. And if you are in district streets, it's also lower, but not so much. The drop of price is not so high. Also, the drop of prices is especially higher in the case of sale price, not so much at the rent prices. It's typical. When you have some negative effects, typically it's more extremely reflected by sale price than by rent. And everything is relative to local streets. So local streets is ideal, of course, because you have the lowest amount of pollution, transportation, you have the highest privacy, and so on. With squares, it's opposite. So if your house is on on main square, then the price of house is higher. Of course, the main squares is quite rare. It's social status also, so to be at a good address, let's say. And also those squares are equipped typically with the park and with the place for recreation. If you are on district level square, then concerning the rents, you have kind of premium. Concerning the sale price, you have drop. Everything is related to or relative to local square, which is maybe more considered to be like street. Parks. If you increase the coverage amount of parkland in your neighborhood, which is defined by 800 meters distance from your house, you increase the both rent as well as sale price. And natural areas, this is similar. Elementary schools. Elementary schools are a very interesting topic. We find out that in foreign studies, they focus typically not too much on access to elementary school, but to quality. Unfortunately, there's no survey of quality of basic school, elementary schools in Czech Republic, which would be public, which would be made public. But we have found out some interesting data in reports where schools are reporting the so-called talented students. So if they report talented students, they say, in other words, that they are creating good conditions for talented students, and we consider such school to be a good indicator of a good quality school. So if we measure that, then to be at the district of elementary school with a good quality or with talented students, it increased the rent by 1% and the sale price by 0.8%. Kindergarten, we measured the distance, access to kindergarten. So 1% decrease in the distance to kindergarten increase the rent by 2.3%, and yeah, and I will finish soon. And it has no impact on sale price. And concerning the public transit, we find out the effect of metro stations. So if you decrease the distance from metro station by 1%, you increase the rent by the numbers that you can see now. We haven't found any significant or consistent effects with other transportation, other transit modes, but we are still working on that to distill what's wrong with that. So now I would like to pass mic to my colleague to tell you about second method.
Thank you very much. I was told to speed up the presentation, so I will thank my colleague later. So I'll be presenting the second tranche of empirical models, the difference in differences. There we also looked at Prague city and the metropolitan area, and we mainly focused on the evaluation of infrastructure projects, mainly trains, new train stations, and new metro stations. So what is difference in differences? It's a quasi-experimental method where we look at properties in experimental group and prices in control group, prices in experimental group, and prices in control group. And we compare the differences in these prices over two different periods of time, where in between those periods there happened some kind of intervention, some kind of new project that is evaluated and that's supposed to have an effect on the prices. In the difference in differences model, very quickly, we included a bunch of fixed effect variables, such as housing typology, balcony, elevator, etc., down to noise levels. And we also accounted for time-place varying effects, which are supposed to pick up the time-specific price trends. And one quick step back, we looked at rent per square meter levels. So the first project that we looked at were the first new stations on the metro line A, which were built or opened in 2015. We had a data for 2014 to 2020. So for difference in differences, it was quite challenging because we had only 1 year sort of pre-intervention period. But we evaluated the model in 3 different scenarios. Firstly, we looked at, we sort of took the experimental group in a setup of up to 600 meters, then up to 800 meters, and then up to 1 kilometer. Everything from there to up to 2,000 meters was considered to be a control group. In the case of the new metro line, we found no significant effect in the range of 600 meters. And in the range of 800 meters, the effect was around 4%. And it was even higher in the range of 1,000 meters, 4.4%. The second project that we focused on were new stations in the Prague train network. There were a bunch of them built between 2016 and 2018. All of them were in the suburban or outside of the inner center of Prague.
This gave us 14,000 observations, so quite a robust data set. Here the estimates were quite large, larger than in case of the metro, 5% in the range of 600 meters, 6.3% in the range of 800 meters, and almost no effect, no significant effect up to 1 kilometer. This suggests that in this range, residents tend to choose different modes of transport than train, and don't find the train so valuable. After this, we looked at what are the practical implications of this research, where the results can be used in either public sector or private sector. This was looked. So we thought we would maybe evaluate the effect of upcoming projects that were not yet realized. So first, we thought with the estimated models, we could predict prices in new areas and multiply them with the estimated effect that we found. This could later be sort of capitalized and the effect aggregated on the selected areas. I'm going to give you two examples. First one is Metro D, which is currently under construction. We looked at these 6 new stations, and there we predicted prices in the respective areas. We looked at what is the annual rent from those properties and multiply it with the effect that we found. There are in total 11,000 properties. And through that, we could found that there was around 50-60 million euro of benefit on those estimated properties. This can similarly be done on a new project of new train stations on the West Corridor, which is currently being upgraded, or how to put it. Here, again, the same thought process. We predicted new prices. We took the effect that we found and sort of calculated the annual benefit or annual increase in rents. And through that, we arrived at the market value of those increased market value of those properties, which was around 60-70 million euros. So that's where we kind of thought the project could find use in the public or private sector. The project will be done in 2023. We will publish methodology and software which will serve as a tool for the public, or actually not for the public, right? It will be mainly for public sector. And this software will be continuously updated, and it will go along with our sort of publication, which will be serving as a guideline to whoever will want to follow up on our research. Thank you very much. Maybe Jakub will want to.
Thank you very much. So your presentation shows another dimension of the approach how to deal with city and economy. Are there any questions? No questions. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now we are getting to final presentation. We will again break the rule of English speaking part of the presentation. Let me welcome Mr. Marek Jetmar from the Ministry of Interior, who will speak about different perspective of planning of the city. He will, because he's involved in the administration, and Czech Republic is characterized by enormous number of very small municipalities, which makes trouble in special planning. And there are some attempts how to overcome that. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Já jsem trošku lehce.
Thank you very much. So I'll speak Czech. Nevertheless, we have interpreters here. So I would like to ask for an instruction. Good afternoon. I'm from the Ministry of Interior, from the Ministry of Strategic Development and Coordination of Public Administration. We are responsible for strategy of public administration in the Czech Republic. I lead the department. I am head of the department focusing on funding of public administration and functioning of territory of public administration. And within my department, we implement activities related to relevant territorial changes or supporting reforms of public administration. Maybe to explain for our colleagues from abroad, the public administration system is strictly dividing the local government and performance of state administration. However, ultimately, we know that in fact, they cooperate at the end of the day. So we have merged a model allowing the local government, both the local one and the highest one, to complement to the performance of extensive state agendas. Our model, which is performed at the level of regions, not municipalities. So comparing it to situation in other Central European countries is really, our system is really rich. It has a rich tradition. It was launched during Austro-Hungarian Empire around 1860. So in fact, the state then decided how to guarantee different agendas and delegated the responsibilities to municipalities and regions later on. Nevertheless, the reform in 2000 or 2001 delegated a lot of agendas to municipalities or the regions within the combined model. So on one hand, we have municipalities responsible for self-government, including development of the areas, regional development, of course, including zonal planning. And on the other hand, they also conduct regulatory activities in different agendas related to life of citizens. In addition to that, we have special authorities reporting to central authorities, institutions. We all know the system of financial authorities. For instance, we all know the Czech Social Insurance Administration and so on. And then in many cases, those organizations are structured in slightly different way than in the other activities. Anyway, currently, the administration unit is defined by Act 51 of 2020 about the territorial distribution of the Czech Republic. The act is very important because in fact, it determines individual units, recognizing the levels of municipalities with extended power. So according to this act, the state administration is conducted at the level of state, then regions, districts, and 205 municipalities with extended power, and then at the level of individual municipalities. The act then recognizes districts, however, created bottom up. This is the audited system of 1960, and at the same time, the Category 3 municipalities are synchronized with the districts. Then we have the layer, which is slightly weakened. It played important role in 1990s, which are the municipalities with authorized office, around 390 of them. So those are the basic units we are working with, and it is a long-term interest that the public administration also in the special agenda respects this public administration structure. On the other hand, what we all working with, we have a huge number of municipalities. Currently, we have 654 municipalities. The number is stable. It grew by 1/3 after 1990, when the former structure was disrupted, and it was kind of pushed violent consolidation. In addition to a large number of municipalities, and the size of municipalities. We have the smallest municipalities, not only within EU, speaking about number of inhabitants, but also the territorial size. But we have the largest number of municipalities also within OECD context. So both OECD and Council of Europe had recommended Czech Republic to restructure it somehow. I guess you have all listened to the TV news about 1 week ago when they elaborated on potential restructuring. And from the long-term point of view, we are in favor of supporting the system cooperation of municipalities. Anyway, formally, the average size of a municipality is around 800 citizens, but the mean size is 400 inhabitants, which is not much. And then the municipalities may play maybe more important role in provisioning of public services, for instance, or they may be further decentralized or something like that. This is again for colleagues from abroad. For the performance of delegated powers, we recognize 3 basic types. The basic performance is performed by all municipalities, 6,500 of them. Nevertheless, the difference between individual types is +4 agendas. Then we have municipalities with extended responsibilities, type 3, which represents the backbone structure to perform public administration. So at this level, they were decentralized, most of the agendas that are closely related to life of citizens or citizens as business people and so on. And within 205 Category 3 municipalities, citizens usually can get most of the needs while communicating with states and so on. So it's available for them. What is probably important, I would probably recall my work at the University of Economics, where in 2003 we have surveyed the delegated powers and activities of officers, clerks. So we wanted to know what is the share of clerks to performance of delegated powers. And usually most of them deliver the delegated powers. In fact, so it's a traditional scheme, about 150 years old. Nevertheless, for us, the 205 municipalities, it's a crucial level. So with 205 type 3 municipalities, we wanted to continue working with. That's not only our idea, but also idea of Ministry of Regional Development. We can simply work with those municipalities in other roles, for instance, related to coordination of public services or some wider cooperation, working on strategy and so on. Currently, our activities is structured by client-oriented public administration. It was approved 2 years ago by the government and is valid up to 2030. In addition to the upgrade of public administration, we just focus on the effort to create supporting structures that are appropriate to be established at the level of micro-region. Or at the level of metropolitan area. In my department, we work on 3 important topics. First topic is supporting a strategical role of municipalities. Type of 2.0 inter-municipality cooperation. So the second topic is cooperation at the level of functional units of agglomeration. And third method is the way how to guarantee a structure of state administration that would comply with expectation of both citizens and public administration. And the last thing is about a consideration that we may extend number of type 2 municipalities, category 2 municipalities. So, in fact, we have those duties stipulated in 50 acts, more than 250 duties and obligations. We have people working there in a non-released mode. That means they are not fully employed. So sometimes the duties are not fully conducted. So we have discussed with different stakeholders whether it is necessary to perform all 50 duties stipulated by law, considering the fact that maybe the situation developed and it's no longer needed at the level of municipality, so maybe they can be delegated to the state administration. In case that the decisions should be made, then the new structure of category 2 municipalities may be deciding about it, speaking about different registries, which represents about 40% of the activities, then it may stay in a number. one activities. If category 2 municipalities would be extended, we expect that they will grow from 400 municipalities, which is the current status, to approximately 700 or 800 of them. This is the inter-municipal cooperation, and on this slide you see reasons why we are working on it, in addition to a need to focus on it. Of course, OECD had recommended us to solve it, including other partners. And we were thinking that we have managed to create a legislative bill or draft of so-called VAM, Association of Municipalities 2.0, that would work within the municipalities with extended powers. In our view, it is functioning micro-region. In case there is more of them, maybe 2 voluntary association of municipalities may be established in case there is large number of municipalities. And if there are public services working, then they can cooperate on the zonal planning. In fact, the municipalities asked for creation a role of a clerk that would help the municipalities during the performance of delegated powers. I think we all know that this is quite a live topic linked to client-oriented public. So we have different view on the regional policies, cohesion, and so on. Zonal planning colleagues have maybe different view. So the objective reasons why we are cooperating, the role, it was already stated. I don't want to work on it now. Nevertheless, we have created a work task group where, in cooperation with the colleagues from the Ministry of Regional Development and different agglomeration, decided to delineate the metropolitan area and agglomeration. Within MEDTAC working group, we have developed a schedule of preferences of individual municipalities, their expectations from the metropolitan cooperation, like transportation, education, and so on. What is probably the most important thing, we have prepared certain principles how to work within the metropolitan association, which would be probably mixed, with mixed members, including regions. So we were considering whether we should include that in the amendment of the Act 128 for Lord Mayors, called for acceleration of the amendment to include the Metropolitan Association in the prepared presentation. And the last comment, we in our department, together with our colleagues, we are in fact conducting a project called Big Data. My colleague watch us on stream, I guess. So together with them, we are working on it. So those big data would monitor traffic of inhabitants within different areas. So we would like to create such association or units that will be as close as possible, identical to the traffic of inhabitants. The project is funded from the Norway grants, with all, and we cooperate with all 4 telephone operators. We can see here how we collect the data and how we process it. Since we are running out of time, I would like to show you what is possible to get through data mining. So, in fact, we can find out how many people live in the individual locations. Then we can see daily snapshots, number of inhabitants in the different locations. We can see how number of inhabitants varies during the day. We can see how people commute from central Bohemia to Prague and how they get back from Prague to the dwelling. And this is a nice map showing traffic. We have created 4 types of commuting, the most frequent directions of traffic, work days, weekdays. So it's good to get data like that, and we will use this data for potential modification of the administration units and determination of functional areas for the need of the metropolitan areas. So thank you very much. That's it. Thank you very much. Děkuji. Otevřel jste zásadní otázku pro řízení teritoria oblasti. Bohužel nemáme příliš času na otázky. Možná bychom se měli vrátit k této otázce, možná při jiné příležitosti. Já se pamatuju, když jsem studoval ve Švýcarsku a moje diplomová práce měla název Interkommunale Zusammenarbeit. To bylo začátkem 90. let, tak jsem byl šokován, jak obtížné je koordinovat projekt, protože já jsem v podstatě studoval přemýšlel jsem o tom, jak je to obtížné. Já si myslím, že Česká republika se posouvá směrem, jak se posouvají další evropské země. Děkuji vám ještě jednou. Jsem velice rád, že jste se k nám dnes připojili, že jste se s námi podělili o vaše zkušenosti. Chtěl bych také pozdravit ty, kteří nás sledují na internetu, asi 30 osob a 1/3 zahraničí. Takže děkuji ještě jednou. Doufejme, že nám zachováte přízeň a připojíte se i na další konferenci v následujícím roce, v následujících letech. Pokud byste měli zájem o předmět naší konference, podívejte se na internetovou stránku a dnešní konference se nahrává, je to zdarma, můžete poslat odkaz kolegům, takže doufejme, že se setkáme příští rok. Děkuji vám.